Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. This trial is in the matter of CFI 034-2022 and is being held by way of video conference before Justice Lord Angus Glennie, with the sitting of the hearing taking place in Dubai. Any orders or directions made during the course or after this hearing will be issued by the registry in Dubai on the judge's instructions. The claimant is represented by Stevenson Harwood, Middle East. Lead counsel is Mr. Mark Lakin. The defendant is represented by Baker Tilly Law Corporation for Legal Consultancy. Lead counsel is Mr. P.V. Shaheen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lakin, I received this morning a document from you, which is, I think, what I asked for at the end of last session. I presume that was sent to Mr. Shaheen as well?
Yes,
is it any all the references to the expert reports?
Yes, my lord. It's just a cross-referencing schedule so that we can all locate the right documents.
Yeah, and you got that, Mr. Shaheen, did you?
I don't remember having received it, Your Lordship. I'm checking with my colleagues.
But so long as you've got it, I don't mind how you received it.
We will confirm. We will verify and confirm, Your Lordship.
Okay. Right. So we're here to hear the expert evidence today. We've got, I think, 2.5 hours per side, which will include any re-examination. And we're going to, is there any preliminary business?
Only Miss Radley.
That came out all garbled. Don't try again, Mr.
I think hopefully that will work. Just 2 points from our side, my lord. First, we also circulated this morning a copy of the supplemental bundle we were referring to. That's just been updated so that it includes Miss Radley's second supplemental report in the bundle that was admitted into evidence at the previous hearing, and also the one document that from Alvarez and Marcel confirming the debt, which again was admitted into evidence in the hearing, just so they have bundle references.
All right. Mr. Shaheen, are you still there?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yeah. I can't see you. There you are. No. Is there any preliminary business on your side?
Nothing, Your Lordship.
No. Very well.
My lord, the only other point is I believe under one of the dial-ins, Mr. Albar is currently on the in the hearing, and I'd request that he leave the hearing until Miss Radley's evidence has been completed.
Why?
Just so that he doesn't see Miss Radley's cross-examination, I suppose.
Who are we talking about?
Mr. Alvar, the defendant's expert, is currently, I think the Baker Tilly Law UAE Unverified is his dial-in.
Isn't it normal to allow experts to hear each other being cross-examined?
I have no strong feelings about it. If Mr. Alvar wishes to attend, it just seems slightly imbalanced, if you would.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Alvar can remain in the room and listen to the evidence. That seems to be that's the normal rule.
Okay, my lord. Yes, if he wishes to stay, he can.
Very well. So we're going to be strict on timing. It's now 7 minutes past, and you're going to call your witness, Mr. Lakin.
Yes, Mr. Radley, if you could please turn your camera on. If I could please ask that you turn to the copies of your
I'm sorry to interrupt. May I please swear in the witness?
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Thanks, sorry.
Thank you. Can I please confirm whether you'd like? Yes.
I can't see the witness.
Can anybody else see me? My camera is on.
Oh, you are now. I can see you now.
All right. Good morning, my lord.
Yes. Good morning. Alia, yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. May I please confirm whether you would like to swear in by oath or by affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Thank you. Please confirm your name and occupation for the court's record.
Ellen Radley, Forensic Document Examiner.
Thank you. Please repeat after me. I affirm that I will say nothing but the truth.
I affirm that I shall say nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lakin.
Ms. Radley, if I could ask that you open up the main bundle and go to page 922.
Yes,
Is this your expert report?
it is, yes.
Then if I could ask that you go to page 973 of the bundle.
Apologies, it's jumping. Yes,
And can I ask that you confirm this is your signature at the bottom?
that's correct, yes.
And have you read this report recently and do you confirm its contents remain true?
I do, yes.
If I could ask that you open the supplemental bundle. Apologies, if you stay in this bundle for your supplemental report. If I could ask that you turn to page 1009.
Yes,
Is this your supplemental report?
it is, yes.
And if I could ask that you turn to page 1049.
Yes,
Do you confirm that this is your signature?
that's correct, yes.
And have you read this report recently and do you confirm the content remains accurate?
I have, yes, and I do.
Thank you. And then I don't know if you've received the updated supplemental bundle that should have come
I
this
have,
morning.
yes.
Thank you. If you could just turn to page 697 of that bundle.
Yes,
Is this your second supplemental report?
it is.
And if I could just ask you to turn to page 715.
Yes,
Is this your signature?
it is.
And can you confirm that you've read this report recently and you confirm the contents remain accurate?
I have and I do.
Thank you. Mr. Shaheen will now have some questions for you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Shaheen. Over to you.
Morning, Ms. Radley.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. You're slightly quiet. Please bear with me while I just try and adjust the volume. Okay.
Okay. So there was a doubt raised by the Honorable Court, and I have to ask you the first question. What do you mean by security printing?
Security printing is a repetitive pattern of pale yellow dots which appears across the surface of the paper. It looks almost like a constellation and a pattern is bespoke to a particular machine. Not all machines, when I say machines, I mean colour copiers or colour printers. Some machines use it, some machines don't. It depends on the manufacturer.
So you can easily identify a document which is printed normal and other documents which are printed using security printing.
No, security printing is normal, if you like. It is found on a large number of printers and copiers, and whether or not a machine uses it depends on the manufacturer. You can have a document that it has been found from research that you can have some machines that will append security printing on color printed pages, but won't when it appends when it prints documents in black.
Okay, thank you. One more general question to you. That's regarding your second supplementary report.
Yes.
I'm inviting you to paragraph 27.
Yes,
You've quoted there, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
yes.
Do you consider this as a universal rule?
The reason for this quote, I believe, was to do with the absence of ESDA impressions on pages of a document.
So does it have a universal application, this particular rule?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The theory that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, does it have a universal application or not?
With respect, I think that's a slightly broad question. If you could put it into another context for me, I'd be more than happy to say whether or not I consider it applies. It was quoted in this second supplementary report specifically in relation to Mr. Albar's comments about the lack of ESDA impressions on documents.
I understand you quoted it in a particular context. I'm not on that. I asked you, it's a general question I'm asking, as I said in the beginning. Does it have universal application or not? You can answer.
I'm not sure that there's a yes or no answer to that. It was quoted in this specific context.
So coming to page number 95, which is your first expert report, where you have given the schedule of documents presented.
Sorry, could you just bear with me while I find that? Could you give me a page reference that it's on, please?
925.
925.
It's not a question. I'm just setting the basis for our exercise today. So we'll
Okay.
be using these numbers, Q1 to Q13, when we are referring to documents.
Right.
Okay. The way you have identified them as Q1 to Q13, the
Yes.
disputed question documents, we'll
Yes.
be following these numbers in our cross-examination. Okay.
Okay.
And C1 to C14 were given to you by the plaintiff's counsel.
All of the documents, I believe, were sent to me via Stevenson Harwood, yes.
Okay. So the C1 to C14, you call them known signatures of B.R. Shetty presented by the claimant.
Yes.
And D1 to D16 are known signatures of B.R. Shetty presented by the defendant.
Yes.
You have not cross-verified it. You did not check with the defendant whether the documents presented as known signatures by the claimant are admitted or not.
I don't consider that it's my role to raise a query directly with the defendant. These documents, the C documents, were presented to me by those instructing as authentic signatures of Dr. Shetty, and I intercompared all of the signatures on the C documents with those on the D documents, which are the known documents presented by Dr. Shetty, and I was satisfied that they were all of common authorship and therefore could be used in the examination, which was also my instruction.
My question was very simple, madam. Did you cross-verify with the defendant whether the C documents are admitted or not? Yes or no?
No, I didn't, but I undertook an examination to satisfy myself that they were of common authorship.
Now, coming to page number 927.
Yes.
Under the title instruction, the instruction was to examine and compare the known and question documents in order to offer an opinion as to whether Dr. Shetty wrote the signatures in his name on Q1 to Q12, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by wrote? W-R-O-T-E.
Whether he wrote the signatures that either in pen and ink on the question documents, or whether he wrote the signatures that appear on the copy documents, i.e. that he wrote the signature, the original signature, which gives rise to the copy signature on a document.
So you were examining whether the copy-paste signatures appearing on the disputed documents were copied from an original signature of Dr. Shetty?
I was considering where there is a copy signature, whether Dr. Shetty wrote the original signature that gave rise to the copy signature appearing on the document.
Does it in any way add evidentiary value? Anybody can copy a signature, am I right?
When you say copy, do you mean freehand copy or transpose?
Either way, copy, paste, whichever word you use.
With a free, apologies.
Sorry. I was about to say you have mentioned in your report, anybody can do it with or without the knowledge of Dr. Shetty.
If you are talking about transposing a signature, yes, you can't say, in my opinion, how it's come to be there, or certainly I wasn't able to on the documentation and information for me. When you have a signature which structurally is found to be genuine on a copy document, it does not necessarily follow that a pen and ink signature was ever appended to that document in that format. You can transpose a signature from another document and place it onto a document by scanning and reprinting, using Photoshop. That could be an e-signature that's used by Dr. Shetty or used with Dr. Shetty's knowledge, or it could be a signature that is used without his knowledge.
Okay. So when you say the instruction, I'm going to the last portion of it once more. Whether Dr. Shetty wrote the signatures in his name on Q1 to Q12. So if a document is presented, one of the Q1 to Q12, and it is copy paste, okay, the signature is copy paste or transpose, whatever name you use. You cannot say that Dr. Shetty wrote that signature in his name on that particular document among Q1 to Q12.
That's correct, yes. I can say that he wrote the signature which appears on that document, but I cannot say how that signature has come to be on a copy document. That's correct.
You can only say whether he wrote that signature elsewhere from where it was transposed to this document, right?
Yes. How it has appeared on the document is a question of fact and is outside of my knowledge.
Now, beginning of page number 9 to 8.
Yes.
You observe the use of both long form signature style and differing abbreviated styles of signature.
Yes.
And in one place of your report, you said that the long form is a more formal signature used in serious documents, right?
It may be.
What if Dr. Shetty has denied all those abbreviated styles of signature in his testimony before the court? Do you have anything to say about it?
But he denies that he uses an abbreviated style.
He denied during his cross-examination before this court, he denied the abbreviated style of signature.
I wouldn't agree with that. The abbreviated style signatures, the abbreviation comes in the second part of the signature. And the first part of the signature contains idiosyncratic, very subtle detail of construction, which is found in the long form style and in the abbreviated style.
Normally, every bank carries something called specimen signature, right?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of a specimen signature?
I assume, it's outside of my knowledge, but I assume that it is held on record for the courts to have some record of an individual signature. From the forensic document point of view, in my opinion, that can be fairly flawed, because if you have a highly variable writer, as Dr. Shetty is, you can have a signature which to a lay observer may look different to, or look different from a specimen signature, but is also a signature style that they use. It's quite common for individuals to have a long form, more formal style and a more dashed off casual style.
So among the documents you examined, C1, SHB 486. C1 is a signature card of Mr. Bavaguthu Raghuram Shetty bearing two identical signatures. You have noted that, right?
Yes.
And that document, the signature was copy pasted or transposed.
The signature on that, which I believe is my C12-1, is the same, is this correct? Is the same signature that's found on Q3 and C7?
Yes, C1,
Yes.
C12, and C7. You're right. Good memory.
Yes. And so whilst that document has the appearance of being an original document, that signature C12-1 is a copy signature.
So C1 also is not written in pen and ink.
Yeah, you can just bear with me. Do you have a reference to my chart?
Yes, you go to page number 928, which we were referring to, paragraph Roman letter 4, last line.
Oh, right, yes.
Right?
So that is a copy
Original
signature on C1, yes.
Yeah, presented bear signatures in copy form, for example, C1 and C12.
Yes.
So C1 also bears a copy signature.
Sorry, could you say that again?
C1, which is a specimen signature card, bears a copy signature.
Yes.
Not written in pen and ink.
Yes.
And that's a long form signature. Am I right?
If you can bear with me while I find the, I think it's in the supplemental report, my appendix C. C1, yes, that's a long form style. Yes.
That's a long form signature.
What page are we on in your supplemental report?
SHP 6.
Or on my chart of signatures, my lord, at appendix C, the signature is photographed there.
I just need a bundle number.
Yes.
The page number in the bundle.
Or
the
supplementary hearing bundle 486, Your Lordship.
What page of the report is it?
Report, I refer to 928. The report is page number 6 of the first report, paragraph Roman letter 4, last line.
That one I understand, but I was looking for the reference the witness gave just now to another page, to copy signature.
Yeah, in the supplementary hearing bundle, I can give the number 486, Your Lordship.
Does it not have a, see, I'm not using
572.
572, thank you. No. Does it have, does the document itself not have a page number? Okay. There's a problem here because I'm using documents from a different bundle.
Oh my God.
I can't follow the cross-examination unless I'm told what the page number is. So, for example, the supplemental report either begins at 1009 of the main bundle,
Yes, Your Lordship.
or internally it's page 88 of something.
My lord, what I am referring to is my appendix C, which is in the supplemental hearing bundle that I received this morning. And according to that, it's page 572.
Yeah, I haven't got that bundle.
Oh.
Because I didn't expect new bundles on the morning of the hearing.
My lord, I think, my lord, you do. This is from the supplemental hearing bundle from the previous hearing.
Yes, but I've got. Page what of that? That's that's the I've got the supplemental report at page 1009 of the main hearing bundle.
My lord, the supplemental report from Ms. Radley is at 1009. The appendices to her report are in the supplemental bundle.
Yes, page are they?
Ms. Radley was referring to which page was it, Ms. Radley? You were
Page 572.
572, which is Appendix C.
Okay, I've got it. Yeah.
And my lord, if you go to page 574, that has the C1 signatures.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I have it now. Thank you very much. And which was the one you were referring to?
I think both of them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Shaheen.
It's all right. So, madam, the long form signature on the specimen signature card will not be the same as the abbreviated styles of signature. It's different.
It's a different style. You have the long form style and then you have the shorter abbreviated style, yes.
The purpose of a specimen signature, as you explained before the bank, is to compare, not by forensic examination, plain naked eyes, to see whether the signature given on behalf of a customer is genuine or not. They compare it with naked eyes.
Okay, yes.
That, I mean, just explaining the purpose of the specimen signature.
Sure.
And if there is a big difference between the specimen signature given to a bank and a signature presented, normally the bank is not supposed to follow that document or accept that document which contains a different signature. I'm just asking a normal practice. Am I right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the question was.
It's just a general question, madam. One more. When the presented document to a bank bears a signature different from that of the specimen signature given to that particular bank, the bank can, by naked eyes, see the difference between the long form signature and the abbreviated signature. And the bank is not supposed to follow a signature which is different from what is given in the specimen signature card.
Right, I don't think that that's something that I can comment upon, because obviously it very much depends on the skill of the person comparing the signatures, whether it's known that there are more than one signature style, all sorts of factors.
Okay. You have stated in same paragraph 4, it's an easy process to transpose a genuine signature from one document onto another using scanning and reprinting processes or basic computer software. If undertaken with a modicum of care, such a transposition would only be likely to be detected if another identical signature could be found. Correct?
Yes.
And this transposition can be done with or without the knowledge of the person to whom the signature is attributed.
With or without, yes.
And you mentioned about e-signature a while
Yes.
ago. Have you seen any document by which Dr. Shetty has authorized usage of e-signature or authorizing somebody else to use e-signature on his behalf? Have you ever seen any document?
That is a question of fact, so it's not something that I would know.
You would not know. Do you know the definition of e-signature under UAE laws?
No.
You have stated Q1, which is the personal guarantee, dated 20th December 2012, bears a copy-paste signature.
I haven't said that it bears a copy-paste signature. I've said that the signature on Q1 has not been appended in pen and ink, and it is identical to the signature which appears on Q4, which is also a copy signature. And therefore, both signatures cannot be the result of independent signing processes because nobody signs in exactly the same way twice.
Okay. And paragraph number 6, you are saying that I am of the opinion that there is very strong evidence to support the proposition that Dr. Shetty wrote the signature in his name, which appears on Q1 and Q4.
Yes, which appears on, so that he wrote the original signature, which gives rise to the copy signatures which appear on Q1 and Q4.
It does not mean that he signed those documents physically.
It doesn't mean that, no.
Even the document Q3,
Yes,
paragraph number 12,
yes,
is not with pen and ink. It's also printed with toner.
that's correct, yes.
Q3 is also a virtual guarantee, dated 27 March 2019.
Yes. 2019, yes.
Paragraph 13, you also stated the signatures on Q3, C7, and the first specimen signature appearing on C12, the director's certificate dated 27 March 2019, are all identical.
That's correct, yes.
And consequently, they cannot be the result of independent signing processes.
Correct, yes.
None of these documents bears the signature in pen and ink.
That's correct.
And you also stated in the last paragraph, if the dates of C7 and Q3 are accepted, then the signature cannot have been appended to an original version of Q3 in pen and ink, as the signature appears on C7, a document dated 3 years prior to Q3.
Yes.
Can I just, Mr. Shaheen, do you mind if I just ask a question to clarify my?
Please, Your Worship. Please.
Ms. Radley, we talk about pen and ink. Is there any material difference between a ballpoint pen and ink or what used to be called a fountain pen with flowing ink? Is there any difference between them for your purposes?
A ballpoint pen ink will show a lot more commonly found defects in the writing process, but it's easy to identify a fountain pen ink, a ballpoint pen ink, or whether a signature has been printed on a document.
Thank you. But the other thing I wanted to ask is this. You talk about printed with toner, which I understand the concept, but are there different ways of printing with toner or copying? For example, I think it's fairly common form. I'm not giving evidence, but for documents to be signed by using a scanned version of a signature and fixing it in some way to a document. Now, I don't know, I understand the technicalities of this, but is that what you mean by printed with a toner?
When I say that it's printed with toner, it has literally been printed with toner particles being melted onto the surface of the paper. How it has come to be printed, it could be photocopied or it could be the result of a laser print. Both processes use the same method of production, so I can't say what type of machine has used the toner. But when you have a copy document, it could be a scan of a document, it could be a printout from a printer, or it could be a photocopy.
And is there any difference in principle in your analysis of the case generally between these different methods of printing a copy signature?
I think it's perhaps one of the problems in relation to this case that where you have a signature page of a document which bears a printed signature, on the documentation before me and from my examination, I cannot determine how that signature has come to be on that document because it's a question of fact, whether this could be an electronic signature that's used by Dr. Shetty, whether it's a signature that somebody else has transposed onto the document, either with or without his knowledge. And from my point of view, that is one of the inherent problems with respect to some of the findings in this case.
Yes, I see. So, sorry, just last question, just to be clear. If I had a document with Dr. Shetty's handwriting on it and his signature, I could, assuming I had the competence, which I don't have, I could copy it and in some way get it added to another document as a copy of his signature.
Yes, very easily.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you very much, Raj. That was helpful. Now, coming to page number 930, madam, which
Yes.
is paragraph number 16.
Yes.
Here you're talking about document Q11, which is a letter of amendment dated 14th August 2016. You
Yes.
stated that this document contains particularly abbreviated styles and this restricts the examination.
Yes.
And you have observed that relative to the known writings, there are also features of difference in these signatures.
Yes.
And these signatures are in particularly abbreviated styles containing some features which are not found in the known writings before me. You have stated that as well.
Yes, because they are highly abbreviated. The second part of the signature has been massively abbreviated. Yes.
Therefore, you stated you are of the opinion that the evidence has to be regarded as inconclusive.
With respect to the first two signatures on the document, yes.
As to whether Dr. Shetty wrote the first two signatures on Q11, you're right. And you say that, in your opinion, there is moderate evidence to support the proposition that Dr. Shetty wrote the third signature in his name on Q11.
Yes.
In many other places, you said strong evidence, but here you're saying moderate evidence.
In many places, I've said very strong evidence. Here, this is a lower level of opinion, and it's due to the fact that the signatures on this document are highly abbreviated. And so it's not possible to properly examine the second half of the signature because it's been short-circuited, so to speak.
Understood. Now, paragraph 18, which is Roman letter 18. Yeah.
Yes.
The last line is, I am unable to differentiate between the inks used to append all three question signatures on Q11. What do you mean by this?
What I mean, within the report, there is further detail, but it is possible to use non-destructive instrumental techniques to examine and compare inks. Different ink compositions will react differently in varying infrared conditions. So what you can do is shine different wavelengths of light onto inks, combine them with different coloured filters to determine whether or not inks can be differentiated one from the other. Where inks cannot be differentiated one from the other, either the signatures or the inks used for the signatures have all been appended in the same pen, or they have been appended in pens, different pens by the same manufacturer, or they've been appended with different pens which coincidentally contain inks that react in identical ways in the infrared.
Okay. Now, Q13, the last document, it does not bear the signature of Dr. Shetty.
Correct.
Page number 931, next page.
Yes.
Paragraph 24D.
Yes.
You're talking about different forms of Dr. Shetty's signature. And you said the difficulty for anyone to have practiced and be proficient at writing signatures of Dr. Shetty with slightly different forms. Okay. This is what you're saying.
Yes.
My question is, if somebody is there habitually signing or writing Dr. Shetty's signature in various forms, okay, and various documents in an office, probably hundreds of signatures also, he can do it, right? He practices one signature and he's habitually signing on various documents.
Yes.
Then these variations can be seen if a person is doing that in an office.
No. If somebody wants to forge the signature of somebody else, so what I would refer to as simulating the signature, so freehand copying, what such a person will routinely do is have one master signature and they will practice and perfect to their eye, copying that signature. What we find in this case is numerous different question signatures which all bear different variations and combinations of different variations, which are features which Dr. Shetty does. And so if somebody was forging these signatures, they are observing that he has all these different variations, and they are employing different combinations of those variations every time they forge a signature. And in my opinion, that is a very important observation which lends further support to the fact that these signatures are genuine signatures written by Dr. Shetty, because for an individual to mimic all different, so subtle combinations of similarities is simply not necessary, because the lay observer would not recognize those.
Okay, so mainly there are two types of signatures, right? One is the long form and one is the abbreviated form. So
Yes.
both will have variations, even if it is the same person forging the signature, the long form, each one will be different. Same way, the forger who is forging the short form signature, the abbreviated form, if he signs many times, okay, each one will have a variation, natural variation. He cannot sign exactly like printing every time.
Correct, but it will have the natural variation of the forger, not of Dr. Shetty. These question signatures have very subtle points within them and features of construction that I would not expect somebody simulating his signature to recognize, let alone successfully replicate in different combinations whilst also writing fluently. So yes, a forger would have variations, but they would not be the same variations that Dr. Shetty does.
But a forger will also have varied forms of signature. Even if he's copying somebody else's signature, every time it will not be exactly the same. That's all what I'm trying.
No, but it's not expected for a forger to copy all different types of Dr. Shetty's signature, of which we know that he is capable. Usually they will just practice and perfect a single style of signature, because it's not necessary to mimic lots of different styles, because it won't be appreciated by a lay observer. If you are able to do one style of signature, why would you not keep replicating that on all of the documents?
My suggestion is, madam, the forger would have replicated only two signatures, the long form and the abbreviated form. When he is using them, in both the cases, there are natural variations which are coming from the forger. That is a possibility.
I very strongly disagree with that.
Now, paragraph 38.
Yes.
I already put it to you. Dr. Shetty did not confirm the C documents which were presented to you by the claimant.
Yes.
Paragraph 42, you are talking about the long form being more formal, perhaps more formal.
Yes.
Now, page 935.
Yes.
All the long form signatures which you have copied here are from D documents, meaning documents presented by the defendant.
Yes.
Now, if you look at the abbreviated form, I'm not an expert, plain naked eyes, all the four look different. Sorry,
say that again, please.
The abbreviated signature, the four you have given here, all the four are looking different. They are not, I'm not saying exactly.
Yes.
There are similarities, there are differences also.
Yes, Dr. Shetty uses a long form style as shown in the D documents at the top of this page, and he uses differing abbreviated signature styles. And as you can see, there are different styles which are illustrated in my report towards the bottom of page 13.
Coming to page 937.
Yes.
Paragraph 50.
Yes.
In almost all the documents, you found various vacant staple holes.
Yes.
And rust mold also there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And neither you nor Dr. Alba verified whether the holes on different pages are in sequence or not.
Whether they correspond, that's correct. In order to be able to properly examine staple holes, you would have to remove the staple. And that's not something that I would ever do. because it's considered destructive.
So if anybody is removing a staple and then restapling it, it is considered as destructive.
From the forensic document examination point of view, I would not undertake a test that is destructive. So I would not remove a staple. Whether or not the bank or anybody else may remove staples, that's not for me to suggest the reasons why, or whether that should or should not have been done.
Paragraph 51.
Yes.
You are stating that pages 1 to 13. Here we are talking about document Q1. Q1 is the disputed personal guarantee dated 20th December 2012. Okay.
Yes.
Pages 1 to 13 bear an illegible brief writing in the center or foot of each page, appended in blue ballpoint pen ink.
Yes.
These writings have not currently been examined with respect to determining authenticity due to a lack of suitable known comparison material in a similar form, right?
Yes.
And this, with respect to this shortest signature or initials, whatever you call it, it applies to all the documents you have examined. You did not currently examine them thoroughly because you did not have a comparison document.
That's correct. When you undertake a comparison examination, you have to compare like forms with like forms. So for the initials or the highly abbreviated signatures that we find, for example, on Q1, you would need to have a large body of known signatures or highly abbreviated signatures for comparison, which I didn't have. And so consequently, I have not undertaken an examination with respect to authenticity of those initials on Q1 or any of the other documents that bear them.
Paragraph 53. The last
Yes.
paragraph. The execution page of the document, that is page 14, bears security printing. This is not found on the other page of the document.
Yes.
So the signature page is a different printing. This is what I mean to say.
It may have been separately printed. It may have a different history to the rest of the document, but you can have some printers or copiers that only apply security printing when it's on a colour setting as opposed to a normal setting. So it's simply an observation that this page does contain security printing, which is not found on the other pages.
And the signature on this document Q1 has not been appended in pen and ink.
Correct.
Only signature that is appended in pen and ink is that of one Mr. Suresh Kumar VK.
Yes.
Even the other witness, Mr. Prashant Mangat, it is not in pen and ink.
Correct.
Paragraph 58.
Yes.
When examining a copy signature appearing on a document, it does not necessarily follow that a signature was ever applied to an original version of the document in that format in pen and ink.
Correct.
You have stated that in paragraph 59, some of the original known documents presented bear signatures in copy form.
Yes.
When it's a copy form, how do you call it an original? You have put it in inverted commas anyway.
Yes, original is in inverted commas. From memory, these documents have original letter headings on them. They're on laid papers. They have the appearance of being an original document, but actually under a microscopical examination, you can see that the signatures are not appended on some of those documents in pen and ink, but they have been printed with toner.
Now, paragraph 60, you're saying good pictorial similarity. It will
Yes,
not be
yes.
similarity, it will be exactly the same because it's copy pasted, right?
When I talk about a signature having a good pictorial similarity, what I mean is that pictorially, it looks very similar to the known signatures before me. So we're not talking about a signature in a wholly different style. That's what's meant by pictorial similarity.
It does not add any evidentiary value because it's anyway a copy paste. Similarity will be there when it's copy pasted from an original signature.
Yes, it's an observation that the signature, the copy signature, looks pictorially like Dr. Shetty's known signatures, yes.
Now 61, you're saying the signature appears in a horizontal position related to the writing baseline on the page. While this is occasionally found in the known writings presented, for example, C11 and C11.5 and C11.8. In the vast majority of the known signatures of Dr. Shetty, the signatures are written at a distinct uphill slant, right?
Correct, yes.
But this is almost on a straight line, horizontal way.
Yes. So it is something that Dr. Shetty does do. It is within his writing capability, but it is unusual. Usually he writes at an uphill slope.
And you have superimposed the signatures on Q1 and Q4, and you found them identical.
Yes.
Means copy pasted from the same source.
So either one is a copy of the other, or they are both copies of a further signature on an unidentified document.
But both the signatures are copies, right?
In this case, they are both copies, but could there have been an original version on one of these? That's where it becomes complicated. When you have copy signatures, one is either a copy of the other, or they are both copies of a further signature.
But here, again, I'm repeating, both the signatures are copies. You have
Yes,
not
they are.
signature. Now, Q1 is dated 2012.
Yes.
And Q4 is dated 2019. There is a
Yes.
7 years. 941, 65, you have stated, no one signs in exactly the same way twice. There will always be variation. See, on a copy-paste signature, okay, why are you even applying the ESDA method and examining the signature? It's copied anyway from an original signature, so ESDA would not make any difference.
I don't agree. I always apply the ESDA technique, which stands for electrostatic detection apparatus, to salient pages of documents, because on occasions you can obtain very important evidence. And so whilst it is a copy page and perhaps one might not expect to raise anything, from my point of view, it's still worth applying it anyway, just in case there is further evidence to be found.
So ESDA is applied there only to say whether it was copied from a forged signature of Dr. Shetty or whether it was copied from an original signature of Dr. Shetty.
No, ESDA raises indented and electrostatic impressions on documents, which are caused by one document having been written upon whilst resting on the document under examination. So by way of illustration, if you think of a notebook, if you were to write on the first page of the notebook and rip the page out, I could apply ESDA to the following pages, and up to about 6 pages deep, it could tell me what you wrote. It is something that I routinely apply to question documents that are submitted to me, because on occasions it can provide very important evidence as to the history or creation of a document. So it doesn't necessarily show from where the page has come or anything like that necessarily, but it can show relationships between documents, all sorts of things.
Suppose in the original, so-called inverted comma, original document itself, okay, the signature is copy pasted. You won't find any impression on other pages.
You might, or you might find evidence from wholly different things. In my experience, ESDA can link documents together. So you could, for example, find an impression of a question signature, which of a different question document, which has been signed whilst resting on the document under examination. I don't see the harm in applying a non-destructive technique just to see if there is any further evidence which may assist the court.
I'm talking about the signature on that document, which is copy pasted, will not leave any impression on the other pages, not something else.
No, but that page could have impressions from other documents on it.
The other document, not from the same document, where the copy paste signature will not leave any impression on the other.
Correct.
Now, madam, paragraph 87. you're saying, in my opinion, there is very strong evidence to support the proposition that Dr. Shetty wrote the signature in his name, which appears on Q1 and Q4.
Yes.
Right? You mean that he wrote that signature elsewhere from where it was copied and pasted on this signature, this papers?
Yes. Yes. So the signature which appears on this document, he wrote the original signature, which gives rise to the copy signatures which appear on Q1 and Q4. Yes.
It doesn't mean that it was with his knowledge or he did it by himself.
It doesn't mean that, no.
Now, coming to Q2, which
Yes.
is the disputed personal guarantee, 24 December 2030. Right? Paragraph 89, various vacant staple holes are there, which we discussed.
Yes.
Is it a full signature or a abbreviated signature? Because the two signatures which you are given at the bottom of the page look different. One look bigger than the other.
I would class those as being long form signatures in the long form style.
You mean both are long form?
Yes.
Don't you find a difference in the right end of the signature, the two signatures which you copied on this page?
Yes, there are differences, but every time an individual appends their signature, they will vary elements of the signature. Dr. Shetty is a particularly variable writer, and so you have two signatures, even when they're on one document, that bear variations one to the other.
Can you take pages 991 and 992? That's page 18 and 19 of Dr. Alba's first expert report.
Yes.
In page 992, he has given copies of photos of page number 13 and page number 14.
Yes.
And obviously there is a difference in these photos.
Yes.
Now,
do you mean with respect to the printing, just to clarify?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I missed that. Now, page number 991. Dr. Alba is suggesting that we have observed evidence suggesting that document number 10, which is this document 2, have been subject to forgery through alterations or additions, potentially affecting an unsigned page. Right?
Yes. I don't agree with that, but yes.
He has stated that. Additionally, the two signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty appear only on page number 14. Mr. Shetty's signature or initials is not present on any of the preceding pages, unlike other documents. Many of the other documents which you reviewed also contain that illegible writing, that highly abbreviated form of a signature, but this document does not have that.
That's correct.
Unlike the previous personal guarantee, no scanned initial signature of Dr. Shetty is found on this document. So there is a difference in execution of these documents.
I don't agree with Mr. Albar's observations with respect to Q2. From my point of view, what is important, given that I understand that he is suggesting that page 14 may have come from another document, the ESDA impressions on this document show that the signature page was resting on at least page 1 at the time these question signatures were written. So it does link page 14 to at least page 1 of this document. With respect to Mr. Albar's photographs of the printing, I don't accept the photographs that he is showing here, or photographs which are in his supplemental report. The photographs that he includes are not in keeping with my findings or my observations. I would have liked to have had the opportunity to still have had the question documents in my possession to recreate the same photographs that he does, because many of his photographs show a heavier printing on one photograph relative to another. And as I say, that is not in keeping with my findings or observations.
The last observation in that paragraph by Dr. Alba, I'm just reading from that. The document has been removed and restapled multiple times, and the printing quality on the last page is notably lower compared to the earlier pages, which raises the possibility that it may have been replaced with a page from another document. This is what he observed.
Yes, that's not what I observe. I do not find a difference in the printing on that page. And as I say, it has to be of some evidential value that the signature page of this document was signed whilst resting on at least page 1 of the document.
Now coming to page 947, paragraph 1.
Sorry, 947.
947, madam, and 114, paragraph 1. We are going to document Q3, which is a disputed personal guarantee, 27 March 2019.
Yes.
You have also noted various vacant staple holes in this document.
Yes.
And you have stated the laydown of the toner on pages 1 and 17 is different relative to the precisely printed content on the other pages of the document.
Yes.
There is a difference in printing some of the document. 1 and 17 are different from the rest of the documents, right?
That's correct, yes.
Consequently, all pages of Q3 as presented have not emanated from a single printer in a single print run, is your observation.
Correct, yes.
And you have shown photographs proving that in pages 948 and 949.
Yes.
And there is a paragraph 116 now.
Yes.
A handwritten date, March 27, 2019 is written there.
Yes.
We don't know whose handwriting it is.
No.
Paragraph 117. Pages 1 to 18 bear an illegible brief writing in the center of the foot of each page. Right? Illegible, which you did not examine because there was no comparison document.
Correct, yes.
These writings on pages 1 and 17 have been printed on the document. Only on pages 1 and 17, this illegible writing is printed.
Yes.
Other pages, it's written in pen and ink.
Yes. And the 2 pages where it bears different printing are the 2 pages that bear these handwritten dates.
Isn't that give an impression that this is a tampered document?
I can't interpret what it means. All I can do is record the findings in order to assist the court, and it's for the court to interpret them. I don't have any knowledge as to the reasons as to why these documents bear different printing. Given they have handwritten dates, you can have the situation where you have an original version of a document, a copy is made so that both parties can have a copy of the whole document, and pages can be substituted between them accidentally, or because we have writings here that are in pen and ink, there may be some reason why those were separately created, but I can't say what that reason is because I'm not privy to information as to how these documents are said to have been created or signed. All I can do is record the findings in order to try and assist the court in understanding what was found in my examination.
Your second supplementary report.
Yes.
Paragraph 58. Again,
Sorry. Second supplementary report.
Paragraph 58, Your Lordship.
58.
Which page number is this, please?
712. Today's document 712.
I'm afraid I didn't get the paragraph number. Say it again.
58. 58.
58. Thank you. Okay.
Have you read it, madam?
Please bear with me one moment. Sorry, is this my first supplemental report or my second one?
Second one.
Apologies, I'm in the wrong report.
Sorry.
Yes, sorry. Which paragraph number, please?
5858. You're responding
Yes,
to Dr. Alba's observation. The plaintiff expert did not explain the reason why the signatures on pages 1 and 17 are printed rather than handwritten in ink like other pages. Okay?
correct, yes.
So you said that this is because the reason for this observation is not known to me and I cannot simply speculate, right?
Yes,
As you explained just now. As stated above, how these question documents are said to have been created and executed is not within my knowledge.
yes,
Pages can be copied and mixed between documents, etc.
yes,
As you rightly said, I can only record the observations made.
yes.
So if I suggest that you are not able to definitely confirm the authenticity of this document.
I can't say either way. I can't interpret what these findings mean because it is a question of fact as to how these pages have come to be separately printed.
Coming back to page number 950, first expert report.
Yes,
If you look at the two highly abbreviated, illegible printed writing at the foot of the page on page 1 and page 2 of Q3.
yes, page 2 is in pen and ink, yes.
To me, it looked entirely different.
Do you mean constructionally?
Yes, one is, it's so different, the two.
Albeit the pen movements are very similar.
Okay.
But yes, there are differences between them. But again, every time somebody puts pen to paper, they will vary how they append their initials or their signatures.
You are stated in paragraph 119, these writings have not currently been examined.
Correct, yes.
Paragraph 121,
Yes,
you are confirmed that the signature has not been appended in pen and ink, but has been printed on the document with colored toner.
yes,
This page only of the document also bears security printing. Only this page. Other pages are not bearing security.
yes,
And that signature is identical to the signatures seen on C7, C12, and Q3, of course, the same document.
C7 and C12, yes, it's the same signature. They are identical, so therefore they cannot be the result of independent signing processes, as nobody signs in exactly the same way twice.
And if the dates of C7 and Q3, we already stated that. You cannot confirm that this is signed. Page number 954, 142.
Yes,
The strong evidence, you mean that it is copied from an original signature?
very strong evidence that Dr. Shetty wrote the original signature, which gives rise to the copy signature which appears on Q3, yes.
Okay. Q4. That is paragraph 144, 145, page number 955.
Yes,
Again, the page number 10 bear. No, sorry. The printed content of the document has been appended in toner. The cover page, the page bearing a printed page number 8, page 8, and the first page 10 bears security printing. Each page
yes,
with colored printer entries, right?
yes. So they bear coloured printed entries. And so it is when a machine is reproducing a colour entry, that's when security printing can be found.
And the signature on this document, which is 2019, is identical with the document of Q1, 2012 document.
Correct, yes.
So it's not written in pen and ink. It's copy.
Correct.
Now, Coming to page 956.
Yes.
Generally, with respect to Q5 to Q12, you have given a side heading there. And those instructing me, that means the claimant's counsel.
Yes.
The claimant's counsel made you to understand that the salient documents in the matter are Q1 to Q4. Q1 to Q4 are the salient documents to the case.
That was my understanding, yes.
Consequently, these documents have been addressed in full detail. With respect to the other question documents, which means Q5 to Q12, full details of the features observed in all of these signatures have not currently been detailed due to this being a time-consuming and repetitive process.
Yes. So I haven't included, with the exception of Q8, which is detailed as an example of the abbreviated signature style. I have not gone through all of the question signatures on Q5 to Q12, giving the full detail and the diagrams as to the features of similarity observed, because I considered it would be very time consuming and repetitive. But obviously that can always be done if required.
Yes. Now Q5, paragraph number 154. It comprises of 53 pages, correct?
Yes.
And this is the master facility agreement dated 29 December 2011.
Yes.
Is this the oldest document you reviewed? Yes. Among the question document, this is the oldest one, 2011.
Yes, I think that's correct. Yes.
You're saying there being 2 pages bearing a foot number of 52.
Correct.
So totally there are 53 pages. But if you look at the page number, it will show 52 twice.
Correct, yes.
And paragraph 156.
Yes.
The laydown of the toner on the second page 52, which bears the question signature of Dr. Shetty, is different relative to the other pages of the document, right?
Yes.
So that page, particular page, which contains the disputer signature of Dr. Shetty, is printed separately.
Possibly, as I said, that toner was not adhering properly to that page. I'm not entirely sure. There are various sort of reasons as to why that could be, but a difference in the adhesion of the toner on that page was noted, yes.
And you have stated in the first page 52, signed in the name of the bank, has been appended in a different font relative to other pages of the document. That page is also different.
Yes, yes.
Further, the printed entries on the 2 signed pages bear differences, for example, with respect to the positioning of the page number.
Yes.
Normally, when you set the footer and print a document, it should be positioned in the same way. But here there is a difference in the positioning of the page.
That is correct, yes. But if, for example, you have one page that has been scanned, that can cause differences in the appearance of the page. That could, for example, be one reason for the differences. Again, unfortunately, it is the case with respect to this document that there are various observations that are made, but I'm not able to interpret what they mean. All I can do is detail them so the court is aware that they are there, and obviously it's for the court to interpret them.
You're giving your honest observations on the document. That's what I'm asking you. Now, the illegible handwritings on pages 1 to 51.
Yes.
You're not examining them.
No, because there was no comparable known writings.
And now on page number 957.
Yes.
You're given a photo of that illegible writing.
Yes.
If you look at page number 28 of your report,
Sorry, I missed that.
The case bundle.
Can you
950.
950?
Yes, Your Lordship. The illegible writing on Q3 are shown on page number 950, paragraph 118 of your report, first report.
Yes.
And page number 957, which shows a photo of illegible writing on Q5. Entirely different. No similarity.
I don't have any knowledge of, I was not presented with any known abbreviated writings of Dr. Shetty in order to do a comparison examination. So I don't know whether this is a style of which Dr. Shetty is capable or not. I haven't done an examination. The mere fact that there are differences when we're comparing, in this case, 3 different initials, doesn't mean an awful lot necessarily, because Dr. Shetty, I know, is a highly variable writer, but I have no idea on the documentation before me whether he uses an initial style in any of these forms.
I'm not asking for any conclusion here. I'm only asking plain naked eyes. If I look at that illegible writing on Q5 and those which you photographed on page number 950 from Q3, I don't see any similarities.
There are some very general similarities between them, but that could lead to an erroneous conclusion by saying that there are differences, because I don't know, I haven't undertaken an examination of these, and I don't know whether this initial style is a style that Dr. Shetty uses.
Paragraph 159.
Yes.
You say the signature in page 52 is in black, non-ballpoint pen ink.
Yes.
Dr. Shetty, in his testimony before the court, said he only uses ballpoint pen for signature. Do you have anything to say about it?
I would like the opportunity, if I may, my lord, to have a look at my Appendix C to see whether there are any signatures, known signatures on that chart which have been appended in non-ballpoint pen ink.
Page number 13. Sorry.
It seems a fair response to your question, Mr. Shaheen. So, can the witness look at that? What was it you wanted to look at?
My Appendix C, my lord.
Appendix C, which is
So to clarify, you say that Dr. Shetty said he only ever appends his signatures in ballpoint pen.
That's what he stated.
Whilst I don't have the original documentation before me, from the chart, it appears that a number of these signatures have been appended in non-ballpoint pen ink, and these are defendant signatures presented by Dr. Shetty. So in answer to your question, it appears from looking at the chart before me that it is not correct that Dr. Shetty only ever appends his signature in ballpoint pen ink, because documents that he has submitted, their signatures in non-ballpoint pen ink.
Can I continue, Your Lordship?
yes, of course.
Page number 131 in the hearing bundle.
Sorry, 131 in which bundle?
Hearing bundle, the main bundle.
Hearing bundle.
That is document Q5, Master Facility Agreement. I'm looking at page number 52.
Apologies, which page number are we on, please? And this is my original report.
131 in the hearing bundle, page number 52 of Q5.
I'm sorry, could you give me the page number again, please?
From the case bundle 131, Q5, page number 52.
I'm sorry, completely my fault. I'm not sure in the right place. Would you mind directing me from the start again? I apologise.
Do you have Q5? That may
Do
be
I have,
easier.
sorry?
Q5, which is the master facility agreement. You may find it in your appendix to your report also.
Within my report?
Q5 is the master facility agreement.
Yes.
Correct. You found it.
So page what?
131 of the hearing bundle.
Yeah, I'm having problems as well, but give me a second.
Got it, madam?
I think I'm almost there, bear with me. Yes, I have it. Apologies.
No problem. This is the page we are talking about in Q5, page number 52, which bears the disputed signature of Dr. Shetty and a stamp of NMC Healthcare LLC. Correct?
Yes.
It's an execution page, is what is written on top. And the name of one Mr. Pankaj Ganchu is written there, but no
Yes.
signature.
Correct.
Right? And if you look at the other page of other 52, the two,
Yes.
the 52, which is in my documents 132 in the hearing bundle.
Yes, I have it.
The signatory on behalf of the bankers, one Ms. Seema Singh, right?
Correct, yes.
And these execution pages, they don't contain any reference to a facility agreement or a personal guarantee or anything. It is just execution page, company, and the lender. That's all.
That's correct, yes.
Now coming to Q2, page number 43 in the hearing bundle. Q2 is the disputed personal guarantee, 24th December 2013. Is page number 14 of Q2. 483 in the hearing bundle.
Sorry, 483.
Yes.
Yes.
This page also does not contain any reference to facility agreement or personal guarantee. It is just said executed as a deed by Dr. B.R. Shetty in the presence of, right?
That's correct. But according to ESDA findings, this signature page was signed whilst resting on at least page 1 of Q2, which therefore associates this signature page with at least page 1 of the document as it currently appears.
Coming to 958, your first expert report, paragraph 166. Strong evidence to support the proposition that Dr. Shetty wrote the signature and his name on Q5.
Yes.
You mean on page number 52 of Q5?
Yes, very strong evidence that he wrote that signature, yes.
Next page, 959.
Yes.
Q6.
Yes.
Again, vacant staple holes are there, like all other documents.
Yes.
There was an error in your first report, which you corrected later, about the stamp of the bank.
That's correct, yes.
The three signatures which you have copied, photos are given on this page. Q61, Q62, and Q63.
Yes.
To me, all three look entirely different, especially the second half.
The second half of the signature is highly variable in the known writings of Dr. Shetty and is highly variable in these signatures, yes.
And 172, you observed some slightly unusual features are observed in the second half of the signature.
Yes.
What is the tear in the paper in the area of the second half, which you have mentioned in the same paragraph 172? I don't know how important it is. I'm just asking you since you observed that.
I don't know either. I'm not able to determine whether that tear had any effect on the writing of the signature, for example, whether it was due to an uneven writing surface. I don't know. It's simply an observation that it's there.
Q7, paragraph 176, again the same vacant staple holes you have put there.
Yes.
Q8 also the same vacant staple holes.
Yes.
Now, Q8, paragraph 186. Before that, paragraph 184, the photograph of the signature.
Yes.
This is not the long form anyway.
No, this is an abbreviated form.
And even among the abbreviated form, this looks further small. Am I right?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Even among the abbreviated forms of signatures, this looks further smaller or different towards the right end.
Yes, so the second part of the signature is what is highly abbreviated in the abbreviated forms. So if you remember, in the long form style, you have a large sort of two-like structure and a number of further pen movements that are not found in the abbreviated form, in which the second half of the signature, it is highly abbreviated.
Now, 186 paragraph.
Yes.
Impressions were raised on both pages of the document caused by the writing of the words original removal PG. Any idea where did it come from?
It was from a writing which was appended when the documents were provided to me, a sign here adhesive sticker which bore those handwritings on it. And so that sticker was on the document when those writings were made on the sticker, and it's created an indentation on the document below, and that indentation has been picked up by the ESDA technique.
So even the sign here, adhesive sticker, was there when the documents were presented to you for examination?
Yes.
And it was in a plastic folder in which it was presented?
Yes.
Other documents, how they were presented to you? Was there any difference why you noted this separately?
It was noted because using ESDA on the document, on the page itself, impressions from writings on the sticker were raised, and that's why it's mentioned at this point in the report.
Q9, paragraph 200.
Yes.
Again, you have noted the vacant staple holes there.
Yes.
And page number 965, where the photograph is given. I'm not sure whether this is a long form or the abbreviated form, because the right end looks very different from both.
I would call this a long form signature.
It's a long form signature, but it looks different. Do you have anything to say on that?
As I've said previously, Dr. Shetty is a highly variable writer, particularly with respect to the second half of his signatures. If you look through the chart, which is attached at my Appendix C, you will see the range of variation in the known documents with respect to these elements of his signature.
Q10.
Mr. Shaheen, before we go on to Q10, we've been about an hour and a half, and the stenographer normally likes a break about this time. Can I just ask the stenographer, would you like a break now?
That would be great. Thank you.
We'll have 10 minutes. Is that enough for you?
Yep, that's perfect.
Right, we'll have a 10-minute break, and this won't come out of your time, Mr. Shaheen.
Yes.
And we'll resume at 10:42 UK time, 1:42 UAE time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, is Mr. Lakin around? Yes, Mr. Shaheen, when you're ready.
Madam Radley, Q10, page number 966,
Yes.
paragraph 210 of your first report.
Yes.
Again, we are referring to vacant staple holes in the document.
Yes.
Now, 213, you're given a photo of the signature there. Same thing I'm repeating. There's a difference at the right end. If you compare it with a signature in Q9, it's very different.
Yes.
The previous photograph which you showed. Q11, 217, same issue, various vacant staple holes.
Yes.
And 218 says black non-ballpoint pen ink, how the signature is given on Q11.
Yes.
And the photographs, Q11-1 and Q11-2 and 3, it's entirely different. And you have stated that 228, paragraph 228, there are also features of difference, which we already discussed when we were discussing about this document before.
Yes, I don't agree that they are completely different, but there are differences between them, yes.
And the first two signatures, your report is inconclusive.
Correct.
Third one, you say, is moderate evidence, right?
Yes.
And because of the inconclusive nature of the examination, paragraph 230, you referred to three possibilities. Same pen, different pen containing same ink, different pens have been used for these entries, which coincidentally contains ink which have identical visual and infrared properties. Three possibilities you examined. And 235, you said, I'm unable to determine which of these possibilities are most likely.
Correct.
Q12, 236, vacant staple holes and black non-ballpoint pen ink.
Yes.
Now, page number 970, 241, paragraph 241. What is the 71977?
I have no idea. It's an ESDA impression that was raised. So the numbers 71977 were written on another document whilst it was resting on the first page of Q12.
So 242, your observation is consequently the writing giving rise to these impressions was appended on another unidentified document while resting on page 1 of Q12 at the time of writing. This is what you have observed. Even the partial impression 243 of the question signature in the name of Dr. Shetty on page 2 of Q12 was raised on page 1 of Q12.
Yes.
Normally that impression should come on Q11, not on Q1, right? Sorry, the page number, the last page, not the first page.
It doesn't necessarily mean that. It simply means that one page was resting on top of the other at the time when the signature was appended. It it wholly depends in what order the documents were when the signature was signed on the document.
Can it be from some other documents also?
No.
While signing some other document on top of it?
No, because it is an impression of the signature on that page, on page 2 of Q12, which is raised on page 1 of Q12. So page 2 was resting on page 1 when the signature on page 2 was appended.
Now, what is the erased writings in pencil on page 1, 244?
There simply were some writings in pencil which had been erased on the document. I wasn't able to easily decipher what those original impressions were, and so currently the matter hasn't been taken any further forward.
And 245, you said no significant impressions were raised on page 5 of Q12.
Yes.
Q13, it does not bear the signature of Dr. Shetty.
Correct.
Now, coming to your supplemental report, page 1009. So at the time when you were preparing...
Sorry, bear with me 1 second. 1009. Yes, I have it. Thank you.
At the time of preparing this report, the supplementary report, did you still have the original documents with you, the question documents?
I believe that I did.
Were they not given to the defendant's expert after you finished your first examination?
I honestly can't remember. I would need to check my file. Okay. I'm happy to do that now if you'd wish me to.
It's all right. Now, paragraph 1, further instruction. When you received the further instruction, were you presented with any additional documents or information?
As I say, I would have to check my file as to the date that I returned the documents. I believe that I still had the documents in my possession when I did the supplemental report, though.
No, here I'm asking about additional information or documents compared to the first report. You were looking at the same papers, nothing new.
Yes, I just had the report of Mr. Albar to comment upon.
You have not been provided with Mr. Albar's CV, paragraph 3.
Yes.
And you're commenting upon his qualifications. He has not undertaken the training in the field of forensic document examination, which is recognized by peers of my profession in the UK and other countries across the world, including the USA, Australia. How do you know?
Because I have seen previous reports of Mr. Albar, as it states in paragraph 3, and to my knowledge, he has not undertaken the training that's recognised by peers of my profession in the UK, the US, and Australia, to name some countries.
Do you have?
And I have, in fact, now seen his CV, and he has not undertaken that training.
Do you have any qualifications, UAE or Middle East?
Not for the UAE, no. My training is as per the detail that's given in my report, what's referred to as the SWIG-DOG standards, which is the Scientific Working Group of Document Examiners, and I've trained to their standards, which is a 2-year training course following the curriculum outlined by them.
Paragraph 6.
Yes.
You quoted something from Dr. Albar's report by comparing the signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty. Starting from there, on a question document with a specimen signature of Dr. Shetty, we found these signatures fall within the range of normal variation of valid client signature, and there are no technical issues linking signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty. And you commented that I consider this to be very confusing wording, appearing to be an observation as opposed to an opinion per se, right?
Yes, I do unfortunately find it very confusing wording as to what is meant by that, but I interpret it as being that Mr. Albar is of the opinion that there is conclusive evidence that Dr. Shetty wrote the signatures in his name, to which he refers using that wording.
And the last paragraph, last sentence in the same paragraph, this wording appears to express a conclusive view. My question is, how can you take a conclusive view from a confusing wording?
That was my interpretation of it. It is common practice for peers of my profession to use an opinion scale, which has different levels of opinion which are used to denote the level of confidence as to opinion being proffered. However, Mr. Albar hasn't used such opinion terminology. There was no glossary of opinion attached to his report, and all I could do was try to understand what was meant by that wording, and that was what I thought he meant using those words.
Paragraph 9.
Yes.
You use the word forged within inverted commas. What
Yes.
do you mean forged?
Forged is a word used by Mr. Albar. It is not usually a word used by myself or peers of my profession, because forgery requires a mental element. I would refer to things being genuine or not genuine, or using my scale of opinion terminology.
So just because the signature is not genuine, you will not call it forged unless there is a mens rea, the mental element, right?
What I mean is forged is not a word that I would usually use in a report. And the reason that it's in quotation marks is because it is a word used by Mr. Albar in his reports.
Now, in the same paragraph 9, you are mentioned in the middle of the paragraph, this could be done by an individual other than Dr. Shetty, either with or without his knowledge, right?
Yes.
If it is done without his knowledge, would you call it forgery?
I wouldn't comment upon that, because that's a question of fact and it's outside of my knowledge. I can only record observations made during the course of the examination.
Will you call it non-genuine? Without
I can't say either way. The signature that appears on the document structurally, Dr. Shetty, in my opinion, wrote the original signature, which gives rise to that document. But I am not able to speculate as to how this document has come about, whether it was Dr. Shetty that appended the signature, whether somebody else did it, either with or without his knowledge. That's not within my expertise to speculate in that regard.
So I'll put it in a different way. Even if a signature is copy pasted without the knowledge or consent of the signatory, you will still not call it non-genuine or forgery.
But I don't know whether something is done with or without the knowledge of somebody else. That is a question of fact.
Here you mentioned about electronic signature used by Dr. Shetty. You have not seen any evidence to show that he has authorized anybody to use electronic signature, or he was using electronic signature.
I don't know either way. It is a possibility. And on the C documents that were presented to me, there were examples of copy signatures appearing on those documents, which could be an electronic signature used by Dr. Shetty. As detailed in my report, there are other explanations as well, but that is an explanation.
Dr. Shetty has not confirmed any of the C documents.
No, but the documents were presented to me as known documents. And I obviously, again, I have no knowledge as to where there are copy signatures, whether those have been applied by him, by somebody else, with or without his knowledge.
Paragraph 10, with respect to documents, I'm only referring to the numbers which you used. I don't want to confuse
Okay.
it. Q6, Q2, and Q8, Mr. Alba states, the degree of clarity of printing on the signature page is lower than the previous pages, which may give the possibility that it was replaced from another document. Correct? Dr. Alba.
That's what he says. I don't agree with that.
But the difference in the printing of page 14 of this document, okay, that is Q1, was addressed in my first report. That's the security printing, which we discussed, page 937.
Yes.
Paragraph 12 is about Q3, and you have confirmed the writings on pages 1 and 17 have been printed. Others are in pen and ink.
Yes.
Paragraph 13 is about Q2, the disputed personal guarantee 2013.
Yes.
And I asked you the question, do the signatures there match exactly with the specimen signature kept at the bank?
You did ask me that, yes.
What is your answer? I forgot that.
My answer is that if you have a single specimen signature held by the bank and a writer is particularly variable, one single signature is not going to demonstrate how they append their signature every time under different writing conditions.
Now, paragraph 17.
Yes.
Mr. Alba stated Q6, C13, C14, Q2, Q8, Q12, Q11, Q7, C8, and Q9. Any alteration or addition could occur to unsigned pages, right? He stated, Dr. Alba stated.
That's what he said, as a fairly vague comment without any evidence to actually support that that had occurred.
Can you rule out that possibility?
I cannot rule it out, but I don't find any evidence to support that proposition. The only issue is with respect to Q11. Upon re-examination, I did find that one of those pages was printed differently. So that is Q11. But with respect to the other documents, I don't agree that there is evidence that they have been have had pages separately printed.
Can we apply your theory? Absence of evidence does not mean evidence of absence. So possibility.
To a degree, yes. I found no positive evidence to suggest that that had happened, but I cannot exclude it entirely.
Paragraph 18 is about Q11. You are stating
Yes.
upon re-examination of the document, you find a difference in the laydown of the toner on the 4th page of the document, which is the 2nd page of the annexure commencing personal guarantee shall mean,
Yes.
right? Relative to the other pages.
Yes.
On this page, the printing of the main body of the document is more precise than found on the other pages. And therefore, the evidence supports the proposition that this page has been separately printed.
Yes.
The reason for this is unclear.
Yes.
However, this can occur before or after a document is signed.
That's correct. Yes.
And from examinations undertaken, I think there's a typo there. I find no evidence to assist in determining the matter.
There is indeed a typo. Apologies. Yes, it should say no, not to.
So I say this document has been tampered with, is not a genuine document.
Okay.
Now, paragraph 19. You have quoted a long paragraph of Dr. Alba. Legal practices and processes and allegations of negligence with respect to the same are not, in my opinion, within the remit of expertise of such an expert, right?
Correct.
Now, coming to your second supplementary report, paragraph 55.
Bear with me, please.
Paragraph what?
55, 55.
55, yeah.
Oh, sorry. This is in the separate bundle, isn't it?
Second supplementary report, page number 712.
Yes.
The sentence, signature pages of documents may be copied and scanned between parties separately to the remainder of the document.
Yes.
Documents can be copied and pages may be mixed up between duplicate versions, right?
Yes.
Here you are explaining a process or assuming a process.
I'm not assuming a process. I'm explaining what can sometimes occur.
You're explaining the possibilities.
It's not a legal process, and I'm not alleging negligence. And I would not comment upon legal processes or any allegations of negligence, as I believe that it's outside of my remit as an expert, as a forensic document examiner.
So among the possibilities given there, you're not sure which of those was followed as a process.
Yes, I don't know.
See in paragraph 20, you said, I considered that, this is the last paragraph, last sentence in the paragraph. I considered that they could all be taken as being of common authorship for the purposes of this examination.
Apologies, paragraph 20 of the second supplemental report.
I've gone
The
back
original report. I've got apologies, bear with me.
not original.
So
First,
which report are we on?
1018, first supplementary report.
First supplementary report. Yeah.
The last sentence is saying, it's under the heading, the status of documents presented, the last sentence. I considered that they could all be taken as being of common authorship for the purposes of the examination, right?
Yes.
All the C documents and D documents, you consider that as common authorship for the purpose of this examination.
I undertook an examination into comparing the known C documents which were presented to me by Stevenson Harwood as being known writings of Dr. Shetty, and I intercompared those with the D documents which were presented by the defendant as being known writings, and I was satisfied that they are all of common authorship.
Okay. Now, paragraph 33.
Yes.
It's regarding document Q6.
Yes.
Dr. Alba's comments about the print quality. And he said the degree of clarity of printing on the last page is lower than the previous pages, which may give the possibility that it was replaced from another document. And you stated, however, no evidence is shown in his report to support such a statement, right? In his first
Correct.
report, probably you're right. But in his supplementary report, if you look at pages 11, 12, 13, which is supplementary hearing bundle 596 and 595.
595
595 and 596. Yeah.
Yes.
In page number 595, which is page number 11 of the report, he has made that statement which you quoted in your report, right? The clarity of the printed text on the last page, page 16, is entirely different from the clarity of printed text on the other pages.
That's correct. That's what he says. I don't agree with those findings, and his photographs are not in keeping with my findings and my observations. Unfortunately, Mr. Albar only put these photographs into his supplemental report, so I didn't have the documents in my possession because I would have liked to have taken my own photographs of the same entries, because I do not agree the photographs in his report.
Yeah, that was my second question, in fact. Pages 596 and 597. He has given photographs of various pages of this document. And my naked eyes, I can see there is a big difference.
I agree, but that's not what I saw when I looked at the documents, and I do not agree the photographs that Mr. Albar has included in his report.
So why would the photographs look different? What are the possibilities?
I think that there's several possibilities. If you take, for example, the document which is my Q1, I have photographs of the initials that were appended on pages of that document. Mr. Albar says that they are copies, but they are not. They were originals, and I have photographed those within my report. And if you look at one of Mr. Albar's photographs, which he includes in his report, there is what appears to be a computer icon on it, which is not found in the original document. And therefore, I have concerns that some of his photographs may be photographs of copies or of screenshots rather than being being photographs of the original documents. I'm happy to refer you to the particular photograph to which I'm referring if it would assist.
Coming back to paragraph 39. First supplementary report. Mr. Alba comments that there are pages without signatures of Dr. Shetty and stamped impressions of NMC or the claimant's stamp seal. See, if all the pages were signed, all the pages were stamped, at least would you agree with me it would have been very difficult for someone to tamper with that document if that process was followed?
It's not for me to say how documents should have been legally executed. On many of these documents, there isn't a specific place or an invitation to sign or append a stamp impression. It can be clearly seen which pages have stamp impressions and signatures on and which do not. But as I say, it's not for me to comment upon why pages do not have signatures or stamp impressions on them.
You were not presented with the process of ICICI Bank in executing documents.
No, I wasn't.
Paragraph 54.
Yes.
You are confirming that you have not done a full examination of the C documents.
That's correct, because they were presented to me as known signatures of Dr. Shetty, and I was satisfied that they were indeed known signatures of Dr. Shetty.
Below that,
I believe that that comment by Mr. Albar is he queries why I didn't apply the ESDA technique to the C documents, that because they were presented to me as knowns, that's why I didn't.
so C14, you agree that the signature is a photocopy. Entire document is a photocopy. C14.
Yes. The entire document of C14 is a photocopy, which is accepted by Mr. Albar. However, he then concludes that it bears a forged signature due to the fact that the signature is in copy form, which in my opinion is a leap in logic. Just because a signature is in copy form does not mean that it is forged.
Page number 1028 and 1029 in the hearing bundle. I've gone to paragraph
Yes.
number 80. This is with respect to Q2, the disputed personal guarantee, 24th December 2013.
Yes.
And there is a disagreement related to printing of this document between you and Dr. Alba.
Correct.
So may I request you to look into Dr. Alba's supplemental report, page number 37. Page number 37 with the supplementary hearing bundle 621. 621. Now, the photograph or whatever is illustrated towards the end of this page Here is a part of the printed phrases on page 14, the first part. The second half is here is a part of the printed phrases on page 12. To my naked eyes, there is a clear difference.
I agree with you, but those photographs are not in keeping with my findings, my observations, or my photographs that were taken of that document. And I therefore have concerns as to whether they are both photographs of the original or whether they may be photographs of copies or even possibly screenshots of the documents.
And in your supplementary report, paragraph 81, you have quoted Dr. Alba stating, we have observed evidence suggesting that document number 10, which is this Q2, the disputed personal guarantee of 2013, may have been subject to forgery through alterations or additions, potentially affecting an unsigned page. This is what he has written. Am I right?
It's what he's written, but he doesn't give any information in this report or in his report as to what he is actually alleging. And I found no evidence to suggest that any of the pages of this document have been separately created. And as I say, whilst he has photographs within his report, they don't accord with my photographs or my findings.
On document Q8, paragraph number 85 in your supplementary report.
Yes.
Again, Dr. Alba is saying the degree of clarity of printing on the last page is lower than the first page, which may give the possibility that it was replaced from another document. This is his observation.
It is his observation, and again, I strongly disagree with it, and his photographs do not accord with my photographs, nor my findings or observations.
Page number 38 of Dr. Alba's supplementary report, that is supplementary hearing bundle 622.
Yes.
He has shown one photograph of first page and second page, and there is a big visible difference there in the print.
There is in Dr. Alba's photographs, but that finding was not made by me. It's not found in my photographs. And if you look at Appendix B of my report and look at Q8, there is no such heavy printing on the second page of the document. And so again, I have concerns as to whether these are photographs of the original documents or whether there may be photographs of copies of the documents or even potentially screenshots. And obviously all sorts of aberrations can occur if you rely on taking photographs of copy documents rather than the originals, and only photographs of the originals should be relied upon.
So you gave a reference to your photographs. What reference was that?
I referred, my lord, to my Appendix B, which has a copy of Q8 in it. There may be an easier way to find a copy of Q8, but it can be observed from that there is no difference in printing as photographed by Mr. Alba.
Paragraph 100 of your supplementary report. This is with respect to Q1, which is the disputed personal guarantee dated 20th December 2012.
Yes.
You're reconfirming the difference in the printing of page 14 of this document.
Yes.
The security printing. Then you have given photographs of various pages 1, 2, 5, 9, 11, and 12. And you have paragraph 102, lower clarity of the printing on pages 1, 9, and 12, as asserted by Mr. Alba. You agree with him on this?
No. Paragraph 102 says, from the above, it can be appreciated again that there is no lower clarity of the printing on pages 1, 9, and 12, as asserted by Mr. Alba.
My apologies, I missed the note. Sorry. So there is a disagreement on that. Dr. Alba says there is a lack of clarity. You say there is no lack of clarity, right?
There is no lack of clarity, and I've included photographs within my report which show that there is no lack of clarity.
Paragraph 107, that is Q12. letter of amendment. Dr. Alba is saying any alteration or addition could occur to unsigned pages. You are saying since there is no evidence, again, absence of evidence, the same theory applies here.
No, it doesn't apply here because with respect to Q12 that he's talking about, an ESDA impression was raised on page 1 caused by the signature on page 2. So those signatures were present together when the document was signed. And so whilst Mr. Alba has made a general comment that any alteration could occur, he doesn't actually provide any evidence that it has occurred. And in my opinion, there is evidence to the contrary that it has not occurred due to the ESDA findings.
Now, about paragraph document Q11 of your first report.
Sorry, my first report.
Q11, in your first report, we had already, that is, I'm referring to the document number only by Q11 in your first report. So here, paragraph 112, Mr. Alba also states any alteration or addition could occur to unsigned pages. And you are saying no evidence is provided by Mr. Alba in his report to support the possibility as having actually occurred. Okay?
Correct.
But we are not able to provide any evidence to confirm that no tampering has happened also.
There is a page that has been separately printed and I cannot give a reason as to why.
Because you stated, I'm repeating, but you have stated that this page could have been separately printed. Paragraph 130.
Yes.
Q7, letter of amendment dated 26 November 2013. No, I don't have any questions on that. C1 of your first report, which is paragraph 119.
Yes.
The two signatures appearing on that signature card are identical.
Yes.
Coming to second supplementary. Paragraph 6.
Yes.
You're noting a difference there, right? On the Dr. Alba's chart of the initials highly abbreviated signatures on pages 1 to 13 of Q1 of your report.
Yes.
3 signatures on pages 1, 9, and 12 appear blue, the others appear black.
Yes.
Alba states that the pages of Q1 bearing blue signatures are original writings in ink and the black writings are copy pages. You are confirming that all are printed in blue ballpoint pen ink.
Yes.
Why do you think a difference in observation like this?
I am concerned as to what the photographs included in Mr. Alba's report with respect to this document represent. There is a particular photograph on page 31 of his supplemental report, which is not a photograph of the original document. Because on that photograph, there is a little area whereby there is some issue whereby the printing has not been reproduced, and that is not found on the original document. So I have concerns that his photographs may be of copy documents. I have included in my report photographs of the inked writings that he says are copies, and it can be clearly observed from the malfunctions of those writings that they are in pen and ink. And so either Mr. Albar has not examined the same version as Q1 that I have, or there are photographs which have been included, which are not of the original document. I don't know what the reason for it is, but this is why I have concerns over the photographs in his report, which are most clearly demonstrated with respect to this document, because I have photographs of those writings in pen and ink, but he says that they are copies.
Now, paragraph 11.
Yes,
You have stated, I do not know the standards used for training in the UAE or other Arab countries.
correct.
This is for forensic document examiners.
Yes,
Paragraph 19.
yes,
You have quoted Dr. Alba. We found these signatures fall within the range of normal variation of valid client signatures, and there are no technical issues linking signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty. And
yes.
you have expressed your opinion does not actually appear to provide an opinion at all.
Correct. What Mr. Albar says in his first report, there is no glossary of opinion, there is no use of a scale of opinion, there is no Bayesian approach of considering alternative propositions. And when I raised this issue in my supplemental report, in his supplemental report, which was provided after mine, he states that it is inconceivable that an expert would not use a scale of opinion. And my point in this paragraph is simply that if it is inconceivable that an examiner would not use this scale, why did he not use it or even refer to it in his first report?
Yes, and then coming to paragraph 29. It's with respect to document Q6.
Yes,
It's regarding the printing defect. And you state in paragraph 29, in my opinion, this observation strongly supports the proposition that the pages of this document emanated from the same printer, right?
yes.
It does not necessarily mean that printed at the same time.
Not necessarily. However, if a printer has an obvious defect in the printing, and here it appears as a stripe down the left-hand side of the page, where the toner is failing to adhere properly to the surface of the paper, that can get worse and worse. And so usually such a defect would be corrected by an engineer servicing the document by changing the drum, servicing the machine or changing the drum on the machine, etc.
If the printing happens on adjacent days, okay,
Yes.
without the repair or servicing taking place in between, the document could look the same.
It could.
Paragraph 30, page number 10, the beginning.
Yes.
You have stated the removal of staple is considered destructive.
Yes.
Now, towards the end of that paragraph, you said it may not be considered realistic for the bank to know why a specific document may have been restapled. I would say that that statement is incorrect because the bank who did it would certainly know why they did it, why they restapled the document.
They may or they may not. I suppose that my point was whether a particular document had been restapled and why may not be known to the bank as a whole, but it would be finding a particular individual who may be able to cast some light on that.
Paragraph 32.
Yes.
Comparison of the papers of the question documents. Neither you nor Dr. Alba did it.
Correct.
Paragraph 34, next page.
Yes.
Dr. Alba stating the plaintiff's expert, which is you, did not explain the reason for the difference in ink used for the signature attributed to Dr. Shetty on the signature page compared to the ink used for the initials attributed to him on the other pages of the document.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're saying I did not explain the reason because the alleged circumstances of signing this or any of the other question documents are unknown to me.
Yes.
I have not been provided with any information as to how the question documents are said to have been created and signed.
Correct.
In paragraph 5 of your report, the second supplementary report, you had stated, I am concerned that pictures within Mr. Alba's supplementary report are pictures taken of copies of the documents, not the originals. Okay.
Yes. Sorry, which paragraph is this, please?
Paragraph 5 of your second supplementary report.
Yes.
Paragraph 49 of your second supplementary report. I'm concerned that pictures within Mr. Alba's supplemental report have been taken of copies of the documents, not the originals, as these do not reflect my findings or my photographs. Okay.
Yes.
Now, in coming to paragraph 39 of your report.
Yes.
The third sentence you are stating, a meaningful examination can be undertaken on a copy document, assuming it is of sufficient reproduction quality, as one is still able to compare structures of elements, the writing baseline, proportions, alignment, spacing, etc. How do you explain this?
You can undertake an examination of a signature on a copy document because you can still look at the baseline, the proportions, the alignment, the spacing, etc. But you cannot compare the printing on a copy document relative to the original, because as soon as a copy is taken, there will be aberrations to it when you are talking about microscopical differences in a feature such as the printing. So if you are comparing printing on 2 pages of a document, the photographs must be of the original.
Okay, paragraph 41.
Yes.
You're talking about electronic signatures.
Yes.
Third sentence, you're saying that a signature could also be used in that individual's absence with their consent by another person in the office. Alternatively, such a signature may be used without their consent.
Yes.
Correct? So if it is used without the consent, can we attribute that signature to the person?
It's a question of fact as to whether or not there was consent for a signature to be used, and that's not something that I can comment on.
If I said if it is used without the consent. Okay.
But if the fact that it could be an if, there are lots of other ifs that it could be as well. And so a question of fact as to how a document is said to have been created or signed, I cannot comment or speculate upon that. All I can do is record my findings within the report.
Okay. Page number 14, it's paragraph 46 continuation, the photographs of the highly abbreviated initial signature.
Yes.
Why do you think this difference in color, appearance? Appearance is more or less the same, the color and tone of the printing.
Well, this is important because Mr. Alba is saying that these abbreviated, highly abbreviated signatures or initials are in copy form only on certain pages of Q1. And the reason for my photographs is to show that they are not in copy form. They are original ballpoint pen writings. And consequently, I have concerns as to what his photographs are photographs of that he uses within his report. Because he says that these are copy signatures and they're not, they're in pen and ink. And as can clearly be seen from his photographs and my photographs, these are the same signatures, the structures are the same.
Yes.
And so these cannot be photographs, apologies, but these photographs of Mr. Albar's cannot be photographs of the original document, because my photographs are photographs of the original document and they show these writings to be in pen and ink.
Have you noted the difference between those initials on page 6 and page 7?
Do you mean structural difference?
Structural difference, yes.
There is some structural difference, albeit the movement of the pen is generally the same. It starts with a curved upstroke. There's then a sort of bowl of a Y-like letter form, and the pen then moves in an undulating manner downwards.
I would say they're entirely different.
You can have your opinion. In my opinion, there are similarities between them with respect to the movement of the pen.
So your conclusion about that 48 paragraph is that, consequently, given the above, either Mr. Alba was not presented with a Q1 document that was provided to me, or original pages of these documents were mixed up with copy pages either before or during the examination, or Mr. Alba has inserted photographs of copies with photographs of the original. These are the possibilities you're suggesting. Here in paragraph 51.
Sorry, 41.
No,
51. Apologies, say again, please.
51.
Yes.
See, here again, you're talking about the process, right? When you're saying, in my opinion, this is a dogmatic statement with no evidential basis. An individual may have dealings with a bank, etc., whereby some signatures are appended on documents in pen and ink. Some could be electronically placed on documents. Again, clearly, this would depend upon the circumstances in which documents were created and executed. It's just an assumption.
It's not an assumption. In my opinion, Mr. Albar's comment that if Dr. Shetty used an electronic signature, it would be evidenced in all of his dealings with the plaintiff bank. In my opinion, that's just, as I say, a dogmatic statement. You can have situations where some documents may be signed with a plaintiff bank and some signatures may be electronically applied. And similarly, I don't agree when Mr. Albar says that a person typically only has one electronic signature. I, for example, have 7 that I use during the course of my business, and that's not uncommon in my experience for an individual to have a large number of electronic signatures, and therefore I see no basis in Mr. Albar's comment that a signature, that an individual usually only ever has one electronic signature.
Here in the case, we have not seen any document confirming that Dr. Shetty has allowed the bank to depend on electronic signature. There's no document saying that the bank can depend on an electronic signature.
That is a question of fact. If it would require documentary evidence by the bank, that's not for me to comment on.
52.
Yes.
Further, I have not claimed that Dr. Shetty uses an electronic signature. I have stated that when a copy signature is found, one of the explanation is that it is an electronic signature.
Yes.
It is just one possibility.
Correct. Yes.
There are several other possibilities also.
There are.
Like it could be forged, it could be manipulated, it could be without his consent. So many other possibilities are there.
The other possibilities are that a signature page could be a copy of an original. It could be an electronic signature which is appended by Dr. Shetty. It could be an electronic signature which is appended by another individual, either with or without Dr. Shetty's consent. So there are a number of alternative possibilities as to why we have a copy signature on a page of a document.
What is the meaning of electronic signature?
What I mean is a scanned and reprinted, for example, or a signature which is taken. So you can scan and reprint it and put it into an electronic file, which is then appended to a document, or you can turn it into an electronic file using something like Photoshop and attach it to different documents.
Has His Lordship asked you before, it can be done by anybody. You already stated with or without consent, it can be done by anybody. Simple
Yes.
process.
Yes.
And paragraph 53. You're concluding. I stated that there was very strong evidence to support the proposition that Dr. Shetty wrote the signature in his name, which appears on Q1 and Q4. That is, he wrote the original signature, which gave rise to the signatures appearing on these documents.
Yes.
You mean that these were copied from an original signature he would have written somewhere else?
I don't know where the original signature was written, but that Dr. Shetty wrote the original pen and ink signature, which gives rise to the copy signature, which appears on Q1 and Q4, yes.
Paragraph 55, it may be a repetition, but a reconfirmation it is.
Yes.
Second half of that paragraph 55. An authentic signature may be transposed onto a document, either with or without the consent of the individual concerned. Signature pages of documents may be copied and scanned between parties separately to the remainder of the document. Documents can be copied and pages may mixed up between duplicate versions. A standard signature page may be used by an individual and scanned and attached to a document, etc. You're just referring to various possibilities here.
Yes.
So a copied signature can be non-genuine.
It can be, or it could be genuine. As you said yourself, there are so many possibilities, and I cannot say which of those represents the truth of the matter.
We cannot say with certainty that it is definitely done by Dr. Shetty or done with his consent. We cannot definitely say that.
I can't say that because it's a question of fact.
And this is confirmed in paragraph 57. I'm not able to use my scale of opinion terminology to offer an opinion as to the authenticity of a document based on findings regarding, for example, different inks or differing printing or copy signatures without this knowledge, as there are various different potential explanations for observations made, correct?
Yes.
Paragraph 58, which I showed you earlier, but I'll just, anyway, I'm almost coming to the end. So you're giving a paragraph 58, you got it, right?
Yes.
Dr. Alba is saying the plaintiff's expert did not explain the reason why the signatures on pages 1 and 17 are printed rather than handwritten in ink. This is with respect to Q3, which is a disputed personal guarantee of 2019.
Yes.
You have stated in all honesty. Again, this is because the reason for this observation is not known to me and I cannot simply speculate. Correct?
Correct.
As stated above, how these question documents are said to have been created and executed is not within my knowledge. pages can be copied and mixed between documents, etc., I can only record the observations made.
Yes.
So will it be correct if I say you are not able to confirm the authenticity of these documents?
I can't say, as it says in that paragraph, I can't say what the reason for the observations is. That is a matter for the court. I can only record observations made.
Again, in paragraph 59, last line, however, I consider that there is very strong evidence to support the proposition that Dr. Shetty wrote the signature which appears on Q3. That is, that he wrote the original signature which gave rise to this copy signature.
Yes.
All you mean to say here is that the copy paste signature on Q3 was copied from an original signature of Dr. Shetty.
Yes.
And 61 is with respect to Q8.
Yes.
Again, Dr. Alba is referring to difference in clarity of printing. You don't agree with him?
I don't know. His photographs are not reflective of my findings, my observations, or my photographs.
In his photograph, they are looking different.
Yes. And as I said earlier, if you look at the copy of Q8, which is attached in my Appendix B, you can see that there is no heavy printing, which is found in Mr. Albar's photographs with respect to one of the pages of this document.
This is in your Appendix B, you say?
It is, my lord, yes.
Do you know what page in Appendix B?
If you bear with me, my lord, I can have a look.
It's document what? Q what?
This is Q8.
I see. That's on page 471. It starts on 471, I think. Of the supplementary hearing bundle. Have I got the right document?
Apologies, my lord, I'm trying to find it.
This is the document dated October the 25th, 2014, is that right?
Yes.
And the comparison is a two-page document.
Yes.
And your evidence is that your photograph shows the printing to be the same and
Yes.
not different.
Yes, photographs are included within my report. I'm just trying to find Q8 here.
471?
Yes. And whilst this is only a copy and possibly a scan of a copy, no dark heavy printing as shown in Mr. Albar's photograph in relation to this document is found. I found that the printing was consistent from page to page.
And can I just on this point, sorry, do you mind, Mr. Shaheen, if I just try and identify the point for my notes? Dr. Mr. Albar's photograph of the same document, where do we find that? In his supplementary report? Can you help me on this, Mr. Shaheen?
Yes.
What page would that be of the bundle?
That's 622, my lord.
622. I see. That's the. No, this is Q11. We're looking for Q8.
That's Q11 in Mr. Albar's numbering, but if you see a bit further along, it's identified as Q8 in the two reports submitted by the plaintiff under evaluation.
I see. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Shaheen, I interrupted your.
Thank you. And now my suggestions. One is several of the documents you examined are scanned documents, and by that I call them, they are not original. Do you agree?
Apologies, could you repeat the question, please?
Many of the documents you examined were scanned documents and the signatures were copy pasted. So I say those documents cannot be termed as original. Would you agree with me?
I wouldn't necessarily agree that they are definitely scans, but the documents, some of the documents do bear a copy signature or a final signature page that bears differences in printing relative to the rest of the document.
You understood from those instructing you that the salient documents are Q1 to Q4, and therefore you did not explain in detail the documents Q5 to Q12. Paragraph 153.
That's correct. I didn't do diagrams with detailed points of similarity between the question signatures on Q5 to Q12 relative to the known writings, because it would be very time consuming and extremely repetitive for anybody reading the report.
So overall, the quality of documents or the authenticity of documents presented are questionable in this case. There is no conclusive proof that all these documents were definitely executed by Dr. Shetty with his full knowledge.
Whilst I have not said that it is conclusive evidence, I have stated with respect to a number of the documents that there is very strong evidence to support the proposition that Dr. Shetty wrote the signatures in his name on those documents. Very strong is a very high level of confidence of opinion, albeit it does fall slightly short of the conclusive level to which you now refer.
Last suggestion, had the bank followed due process in executing the documents, which were explained by the managers who came as witnesses, none of these scanned documents or copy-paste signatures would have been possible.
I don't consider that that's a question that I can answer, because it's not within the remit of my expertise to comment upon legal processes or procedural processes that should have been undertaken by the bank. My role as a forensic document examiner is simply to examine the documents before me and report on the findings.
Thank you, madam. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lakin, any re-examination?
Just one point, my lord. Mr. Bradley, if I could ask you to open the supplemental bundle and go to page 711.
Is that the new supplemental bundle?
The new supplementary bundle, yes.
Can you give me a page reference to some other bundle? I haven't opened the new one.
This is Miss Radley's second supplemental report.
Right, that's okay. What page?
Page
697.
No, what paragraph of the report?
So we're looking at paragraph 49.
Okay, I've got that. Yeah.
And you expressed a concern during your cross-examination that that Mr. Albar may have been working off copy documents as opposed to the packet of original documents that you used to carry out your examination.
Yes.
You were going to point Mr. Shaheen to something on Mr. Albar's documents which indicates that this might be the case, but Mr. Shaheen did not let you take him to that document. I was hoping you'd be able to take us to that document now.
It's page 31 of Mr. Albar's supplemental report.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have a page reference to hand.
Page what?
I'm just trying to find it.
Paragraph.
my lord.
Paragraph what?
Says 615 of the supplemental bundle.
Yes, it's page 31 of Mr. Albar's supplemental report.
Yeah.
There are various photographs of printing, which Mr. Albar says shows differences in printing from page to page, which I do not agree. But if you were to look at the photograph of page 10, it has page 10 written on it. This is in the middle section of page 31 to the right.
Yeah.
There is the word statutory, which is partially truncated. And if you are able to zoom in on there, there is something on that photograph which is obliterating part of the word statutory. And that is not found on the original document. On the original page 10, there is no interference with the printing of the word statutory on that page. And so when one considers that issue, together with the fact that Mr. Albar says that many of the signatures on this document are in copy form only, and yet I have photographs of them appended in pen and ink, this causes me concern as to what photographs within Mr. Albar's report are photographs of, as I do not consider that they can be photographs of the original document. Because if they were photographs of the original document, the entirety of the printing of the word statutory would be reproduced and his photographs would be of inked writings, as mine are.
Thank you, Ms. Radley. That's very clear.
Thank you.
Any more re-examination?
No, my lord.
No, well, thank you very much, Ms. Radley. That's the end of your evidence and you're free to go now. Thank you for coming along.
Can I just check whether I am to listen into the evidence of Mr. Albar or whether I'm not required?
Well, that's a matter between you and Mr. Lakin and his side. So, but from the court's point of view, there's no need for you to be in attendance. Thank you very much.
So, yes, Ms. Radley, if you wouldn't mind.
Sorry, Mr. Lakin, you asked that I do stay to listen.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Right, we've got about 20 minutes before the. Do you want to take lunch at this stage or break at this stage for an hour and then do the same in the afternoon? What's the best way?
I would thought best to break for lunch now and then have a very short break halfway through the afternoon.
Same format as this morning. Yeah. You happy with that, Mr. Shaheen?
Yes, Your Lordship. It's almost 3 o'clock without lunch.
All right. So we'll resume in 1 hour's time. That is to say 12:55 UK time, 15:55 UAE time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. Is everyone here that needs to be here?
Yes, Your Lordship. The expert is also there.
And is the stenographer ready to start?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well, Mr. Shaheen.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Swear.
Thank you.
Stop. You're echoing. Everything you say is being repeated about 3 times.
Can I conduct a sound check? Is it still echoing?
That's fine when you speak.
May I
Okay.
proceed? Yeah.
Yep. Mr. Shaheen, do you want your witness sworn in?
He is going by affirmation, is what I understand,
Yes,
Your Lordship.
that's what I meant by sworn. Affirmation or oath. Yes, Alia, would you like to
Thank you.
take the
Thank you. Please confirm your name and occupation for the court's record.
Yes, my name is Ahmed Obeid Al-Bah. I'm a question document examiner.
Thank you. Please repeat after me. I affirm that I will say nothing but the truth.
Say nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Shaheen, your witness.
Yes, Your Lordship. Dr. Alba, if you can please go to page number 974 of the hearing bundle. That's your first expert report I'm referring to. Page number 974. Do you have it in front of you?
This is okay. Yes.
This is the first expert report you submitted before the Honorable Court.
Yes, I did.
And if you can go to page number 1008. Can you see your signature there? Is it your signature?
Yes. This is my signature.
And you have stamped all the pages of this report, which contain 35 pages.
Exactly.
You stand by whatever is stated in this report.
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to the supplementary report. Supplementary hearing bundle, page number 585.
Yes, I have it.
You have it. And
Yes.
this is the supplementary report you submitted on 7/9/2024. The date is there,
Exactly.
correct?
Yes.
And this report is 45 pages.
45 pages, yes.
All the pages are stamped.
All of them, yes.
And page number 45, that is supplementary hearing bundle 629, contain your signature.
Yes. This is my signature.
You stand by whatever is stated in the supplementary expert report too.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, my learned will ask you some questions in cross-examination.
Yes, Mr. Lakin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alba. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine.
The two reports that you've just confirmed, did you write these reports on your own or did you have assistance from others?
I do have an assistant with me.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I do have assistant with me.
You have assistant with you. Are you aware under the rules of the DIFC Court 31.55 that you should have set out who assisted you with preparing the report?
I'm not aware of that.
You did confirm at the end of your statement that you'd read Rule 31 of the DIFC Court rules and confirm you had complied with it.
Yeah, but mostly I supervise, I'm the main, supervisor on the report, and whatever I, find, I will include it. So the assistant will just assist me in the investigation, but we double check it. So whatever is written here, I have seen it and I sign it.
I see. Did you examine the documents yourself?
Yes, we did.
All of the documents in this report?
Yes, we did.
Could you clarify? You say we. Did you examine each of the individual documents that you are asked to examine, or did one of your assistants do the report?
I've seen all of them and I examined all of them.
I see. Well, what did the assistant do then?
He assisted me in the office, just normal assistant.
I see. And you wrote all of these reports, all of the words.
Yeah, I'm the one who signed and who mainly do the work, the investigation, everything.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Alba. I asked you whether you had written this report. Did an assistant write it for you and you signed off on its finalization?
This is my own opinion, my sole opinion in this report.
I see, Mr. Alba, but again, that's not the question I asked you. I asked you, did you write this report?
He's trying to say that he just conveyed to me in Arabic that I should be properly introduced. I was brought as an interpreter, just in case if he needed more clarification and to establish clear communications.
Well, I think if we're going to have an interpreter present, the interpreter should be sworn in as well. I hadn't realized we were having an interpreter.
Not aware of that. So I don't know how do you want us to proceed?
Well,
he just asked for a personal assistance in case that if he felt that the communication was not 100% established, he would need my assistance. He's capable of English. His English is perfect, but in some instances he might need my help.
Well, Mr. Lakin, are you happy to proceed on that basis?
Well, my lord, it's suboptimal. We weren't informed an interpreter would be needed or required. This is the first time that we've heard of it. Mr. Albar's reports are prepared in English. I suppose we have little choice but to go ahead on this basis.
I think I'll call him the interpreter because I don't know his name, but I think we should proceed on the basis that he will only offer assistance if Mr. Albar expresses difficulty in explaining something.
Yes, I mean, I did have some concerns about the interaction that just took place, because I think the individual who's saying he's the interpreter was trying to explain without conferring with Mr. Albar what he was trying to say, which is certainly not what.
Okay.
Actually, if you were paying attention, he nodded to me, and he spoke few words in Arabic, and that's what I was trying to communicate to you.
Okay, I think can we proceed on this basis?
I'm not
please.
I'm not in liberty to do that.
Could you please don't talk through me, Mr. Albar? If you need any assistance at any time, indicate to the court that you need assistance, and then ask in Arabic and have it translated. But apart from that, you speak in English to the court. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perhaps for the record, we could also have the name of the interpreter and their employer.
Muhammad Mulham.
Are you employed by Baker Tilly or by Mr. Albar?
I have my own company. It's Hixa Translation. It's licensed by Shams. It's a government entity in Sharjah Media City.
I see. Okay. Thank you. And I've just been asked if you could speak, when you speak in Arabic, can you make sure you speak into the microphone as well, so we can help. So going back to my first question, can you confirm whether you wrote this report or whether an assistant wrote this report and you signed off on it?
I wrote this report. I did.
What did the assistant do?
We'll do some, investigations in the microscope and tell me the findings, and then we double check it, and then I write the report.
Thank you, Mr. Albar. Could I ask you to turn to page 630 of the supplementary bundle, which has your CV? It's correct. You were an expert major with the Dubai Police from 1980 to 2002. Isn't that correct?
This is correct.
With a specialism in forensics?
Not general forensic, just question document examiner.
Question document. Thank you. And in 2000, you set up the company Arab Lab, which is the company under whose auspices you have prepared this report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you receive any formal forensic document examination training at any point in your career?
في هذا المجال خط مخصص؟
Oh yes, you know, during my career with Dubai Police, we had, you know, enough training for 20 years.
Your CV does not say any of your professional training or qualifications as a forensic document examiner. Can you please give us an example of some of the training you've had?
I had, for example, training 6 months in Indianapolis, in the lab, which falls under the Indianapolis in the United States. This was in 91. And yeah, and also, you know, we have so many, you know, training within the Dubai Police also, you know, because nobody can get an expert rank unless he succeeded, you know, all the requirements of Dubai Police.
This was all internal training within the police department.
Exactly.
And you've had no formal training from outside of the police department in terms of forensic document examination?
We had several training in let's see, in France and the UK. So, you know, it's been a long time now since I quit the Dubai Police. So I've been doing now my own business.
Yes, and so your own business is Arab Technical Inspection Lab. Does that entity mainly provide expert reports for cases before the onshore domestic Dubai courts?
And yeah, local courts, they seek for my expertise. Federal courts, they also do that. Lawyers' offices, individuals, companies, you know, name it.
Would you agree that you have more limited experience giving evidence before international courts like the DIFC?
I have given a few reports belong to Dr. Shetty, you know, like 3-4 years ago.
Yes, we'll come on to those in a moment. But with the exception of Dr. Shetty, have you ever provided any expert reports to the DIFC courts?
Yeah, there is one report, but I don't remember exactly, you know. It was like 4 or 5 years back, but I don't remember the name. But yes.
But you'd agree your experience of giving evidence for international courts is much more limited.
Yeah, I've been working also with the Deloitte office in the United States, and I've been providing, you know, reports for them.
Good. Are you aware of the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Document Examination, SWG-DOC?
What's that? Can you repeat? What does it mean?
My understanding from Ms. Radley's report is it's a collection of international forensic document examiners who work together to ensure a common set of standards in their reporting. She mentioned it a number of times in her reports.
No, I don't have any connections, you know, with outside experts. I do my own business. That's it.
But
I used to be a member of the American Forensic Academy, but you know, not anymore.
I wasn't asking you about your membership of the Scientific Working Group. It was more whether you were aware of their work and the standards that they set for forensic examination.
I'm not aware.
You're not. Okay. Do you apply any international standards when you're conducting your document examination?
We follow what we learned in the Dubai Police. That's what we are following.
So this is your own personal experience of document examination and from your experience as a document examiner for Dubai Police. That's correct.
Yes.
And you mentioned that you were a member of an American association. If I could just ask you to turn over the page to 632 of the supplemental bundle.
Yeah, former.
You say you were formerly a member of these three countries' forensic document examiners organizations. Ms. Radley has said that she doesn't recognize the first two of these institutions and that she's checked with what are the leading forensic document examiner institutions in these countries, and there's no evidence you were ever a member of these institutions. Can you explain this at all?
Yeah, these are all the organizations. They've been there maybe long time. When I said former, I'm talking about, when I was serving at Dubai Police, you're talking about maybe in the 90s and, the 80s. This organization, used to be existed, but maybe not anymore.
I see. And you're not currently a member of any organization outside the United Arab Emirates?
Currently,
yes.
no.
Understood. Mr. Elbar, how many times have you been instructed by Dr. Shetty to provide expert reports for him in other proceedings before either this court or other courts?
I think I have provided 3 to 4 reports starting 2020.
And this includes the Barclays Bank case and the Punjab National Bank case. Is that correct?
Mashreq Bank also.
And a case with Mashreq Bank. So, and in all of those cases, was Mr. Shetty's case, Dr. Shetty's case, that he had not signed important legal documents?
I have to go back to those, because I have written them like 5 years ago. I have to go back to the reports. But, I remember there are some forged signatures and other signatures where Dr. Shetty's.
I mean, that was why he asked for your expert evidence, wasn't it? Because he alleged that he had not signed certain documents.
Yep, that's what happened, yeah.
Can you recall if Dr. Shetty was successful in any of those cases, or whether the courts in all of those questions dismissed Dr. Shetty's case?
I cannot tell. I'm not following up with the latest of the court of the cases.
Could I ask that you turn to page 10 of the authorities bundle? Let me know when you're there. I'll be taking you to paragraph 73 of the judgment there when you get there.
Where's the authorities bundle?
You should have it from the previous hearing.
Yes, but if I can't find it immediately, are you going to help me?
We can forward it to you again to the registry.
Did it come as a separate?
It's a separate. Yes, it's a separate PDF.
I've got a bundle called Legal Authorities Bundle.
That should be it.
That contains within it 3,379 pages.
Page 10, you should find the authority I'm referring to.
Page 10 is part of the index. Sorry, this is, if I'm going to follow this, I need.
I don't think that should be our authorities bundle isn't that long. 3,500 pages. Maybe that's from another case. You forward it through to the registry.
I'll try this. No.
You don't have the bundle with me? You have?
No, sir. 1 second.
Oh, okay. I think I've got it now.
Can you refer to my report, please? Which number of the page? You're talking about my report, right?
Page 10 of the bundle, paragraph 73 of the judgment.
I have it now.
This is the judgment of Justice Lemierre in the Punjab National Bank case in which you were an expert. Do you recall this case, Mr. Albar? Mr. Albar, can you recall this case?
Find the document.
Super.
Sorry, Mr. Albar, are you at the right page and at the right document?
No, Mr. I think they are trying to find the. We don't have it here. Did you find it? Can you share it, please, on the screen? This is Punjab case.
You're there. Okay. Sorry, are you there, Mr. Albar?
Please. Can you share it with us?
Your lawyers should have it.
We don't have it.
But we'll share it again with your lawyers, Mr.
Yeah,
Albar.
please. The lawyer doesn't have it also. We don't have it. Sorry.
Mr. Shaheen, is it possible that Mr. Albar have access to the bundles?
One of the lawyers trying to give him access to the bundle. He's not able to find it. Please give me 1 minute. I'll find it.
Yeah, which page? Page 10.
Page 10.
Where is page 10? Page 10.
Perfect. And can you go to paragraph 73?
Okay.
There you can see the judge's findings regarding your expert report in that case. He says that he said that there was no proper basis for your speculation that Dr. Shetty's signature might have been added to a personal guarantee in that case. That was correct, wasn't it?
This is a court decision and we respect it. This is it.
Precisely.
This is a court decision. We respect it anyway.
Yes. But you'll see under his finding that there was no basis for your speculation, he records there were 5 different grounds upon which you said that it's possible that Dr. Shetty's signature might have been replaced behind a different document. You'll see there that you raised concerns that the facility agreement and the personal guarantee wasn't on the claimant's letterhead. Documents were numbered. The signatures of the signatories weren't on every single page of the document. The signature of Dr. Shetty was at the back of the document, which then raised the question that it could have been swapped out. And there was multiple restapling of the document.
Yeah, but what does this have to relate to our case now?
Well, I'm just going to say, if you turn over the page and read paragraph 84 of the judgment, the judge in that case said all of those points were mere speculation and weren't proper grounds for an expert to say that the document could have been manipulated. So do you accept that the particular points that the judge dealt with in that, the particular points the judge dealt with there, for example, the fact a document had been restapled a number of times, or that the fact that a document hadn't been signed on every single page isn't sufficient to demonstrate that the document was in some way tampered with?
السؤال
انه الان انت عم تقول له انه الختم انت كيف تاكدت بعد هالمزاعم انه تم التلاعب وتزييفه؟ عم يربط هاي القصه بهاي القصه.
Okay. When we say that those documents were restapled many times, okay, that means because the document in the custody of the bank, and once they stable, they shouldn't, restapled once, 2 or 3 times. So that we assume, this is an assumption, that maybe some documents were replaced. That's what we mean. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Alba, we'll come on to this in a bit more detail later, but on that specific example, would you not also agree there's an equally innocent explanation that the staples had been removed and the document had been scanned in, for example, and then had been restapled?
This is something I cannot assure, but this is only our let's say مثل ما نقول هذا الانطباع الأولي.
So this is the preliminary impression. This is the preliminary that comes in mind when there's some such abnormality.
Yes. Well, should we move on to the methodology that you employed to prepare your report? Because I think this point goes to that quite a bit. Could I ask that you turn to page 589 of the supplemental bundle? This is your supplemental report. Okay. And here you quote your own book.
Yes, I did.
And if you go over the page towards the bottom of page 590, you explain something called the ladder of expert opinion weight.
Yes.
Is this the process that you apply when you carry out your expert reports?
Mostly, yes. If we had a doubt of the signature, we will use this degrees.
I see. And then if you go over the page to 591, you'll see there are varying degrees of strength of opinion. Is this your ladder?
This is the ladder being used by experts, most experts.
Can you briefly explain what the differences are between these different categories?
The degrees of positive opinion strength and degree of negative opinion strength. So as you know the handwriting is a science based mainly on expertise, accumulation expertise over years. It's not like a DNA, yes or no. So that's what we have this ladder and this variations in our conclusion. Probably, most probably, even in the international experts, they use it. They use most probably we think. So this is techniques being used by experts.
Yes, and that's because you're in a field where there isn't always a yes or no answer. There can be varying degrees of certainty. That's correct, isn't it?
In some conditions, I mean, if there is a scanned signature, I can verify this is scanned signature. Yes, this is scanned signature. I can verify that. But like with normal signatures, we have natural variations. So sometimes we get lack of evidence, so we cannot come up with a strong conclusion.
Yes, if I could just ask you to turn to page 1014 of the main bundle. This is Miss Radley's first report. Sorry, this is Miss Radley's supplemental report. And if I could just ask you to read that paragraph there. She says, further, it is standard practice in the field of forensic document examination to take a Bayesian approach in the proffering of an opinion regarding authenticity of a signature, i.e. one not only offers an opinion on a sliding scale dependent upon the evidence available, but the likelihood of the alternative proposition should also be considered and stated. Do you agree with what Ms. Radley says there? It seems to align with what you're saying about the ladder of opinion.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. And now, the problem I have with your report is that whilst you say that you adopt the ladder in your reasoning, the two main conclusions that you reach don't adopt either the ladder or the Bayesian approach. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, but can you be specify on which document I use this one?
So I'll specify on the two main conclusions that you reach in your report. So if I could ask you to turn to page 985. Of the bundle. And if you look at paragraph 6, you say here, by comparing the three signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty on the last page of document number 1 with the specimen signature of Dr. Shetty, we find these signatures fall within the range of normal variation of valid client signatures, and there are no technical issues linking signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
But that's you don't approach it on a ladder base or a percentage base or anything like that. You say there are no issues linking this signature with Dr. Shetty. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And then if I could ask you to turn to page 989 of your report, you look at paragraph 13. As with all of the documents that have an electronic signature on them, your conclusion on those is that we found this signature is scanned and not his original signature. Now I accept that you can say whether that is correct or not correct, But then you go on to say, i.e. forged signature placed electronically on this document. Now, would you accept that saying a document is forged is necessarily a judgment of fact based on various bits of evidence, and that it's not something that you, as the document examiner alone, can conclude on your examination?
We share the pictures. Okay.
But just to be clear, I'm not asking about this specific document. I'm just asking as a more general proposition.
Now, when a guy like Dr. Shetty denies all his signatures on the whole documents, and we find one signature or two or three or four signature were scanned, in my opinion, and referring to the bank that they don't accept they don't accept copies. So in my opinion, this signature is also forged on Dr. Shetty, unless he will confirm it. This is not a genuine signature. It could be taken from any other documents and placed here.
But Mr. Al-Bar, I think from your answer, it's clear that you're confusing your role as an expert to examine the documents and adjudicating or adjudging the evidence that Dr. Shetty has given. Would you not agree that is the job of the judge, not your role as an expert witness to examine the documents?
This will be. في سؤال؟
بيقول انت بتخربط بين دورك كخبير تقني وبين شخص يطلق الحكم. انت كتبت كلمه فورد، انت اطلقت حكم. صحيح. موضوع بس الاختلاف مفردات مثل ما صار مع هذيك البنت. قل له الاختلاف مفردات، قال لها شيء؟
يعني احنا لما شفنا هذا كان جست
اوكي معك.
لما شفنا التوقيع، وهذا التوقيع على مستند بنكي، مفترض يكون التوقيع هذا صحيح حي، فهذا سكان. فلذلك قلنا لان في تزوير بالسكان موجود.
هي بس مفرداتكم انتم.
هي يعني.
Okay, so what is Mr. Al-Bah trying to say? That in their terminology, in their definitions, in their dictionaries in the country, if this is not true, it's simply called forged. It's not judgment, it's just description.
But my question to Mr. Al-Bar is, he's taking a value judgment, he's making judgment on a factual assertion of Dr. Shetty, i.e. that he did not sign this document, and he is then adding that to the fact that the document was electronically signed, and he is concluding the document is forged. My question is he not overstepping his mark as an expert witness? He cannot conclude the factual question.
لا ما تجاوز حدودي كخبير، أنا ما تجاوز حدودي كخبير. أنا اللي شفته قلت هذا سكاند. يعني هل هم يشوفون إذا أنا قلت إن هذا مزور عن طريق السكان إن هذا تجاوز حدودي؟
Okay, so he said no, that he did not, and what he saw in his expertise and his capacity as expertise, that this is scanned, and in his terminology, in his dictionary, scanned is forged.
Sometimes, in some occasion, يعني في بعض الحالات.
The clarification at the end, please.
In some cases.
In some cases, yes.
Thank you. So you'll agree with me that really you should be adopting your ladder here, and there are different alternative possibilities.
No.
But you just said to me, in some cases, a scanned document won't be forged.
Yes, in some cases, okay, scanned document is not forged. It depends if you accept it as documents. For example, now my signatures on my report is scanned, but I adopted this is my signature, even though it's scanned. But this is my signature. But if I will deny the signature, then if somebody will place it on another report, then I will deny the signature. This is not my signature, or this signature has been manipulated or taken to another documents without my permission.
Well, Mr. Albar, I'd put it to you that this demonstrates a substantial lack of knowledge as to what your role is as an expert witness in this case. You're not here to decide factual issues in dispute between the parties. If we can move on from that point, there's an issue between the experts as to the comparison documents that have been used when assessing Dr. Shetty's signature. Can you confirm which documents you used when you were comparing the 27 documents you analyzed?
Now, I used the, but I did not mention them here. You know, we have plenty of doctor signatures, genuine signature on the previous cases, but we did not mention them here. But I relied on them.
So you used other signatures of Dr. Shetty's that weren't given to you as part of this case?
Yes.
Yeah, have those been disclosed in these proceedings?
What's that? Again, please.
No,
No,
he didn't.
no.
Could I ask that you turn to page 926 of the bundle?
96.
This is a schedule of documents in Miss Radley's first report. If you could look halfway down that page, you'll see there's a schedule and it sets out 16 documents, goes over the page. These were documents that were provided by Baker Tilly as documents that Dr. Shetty had confirmed he had signed. Did you use these documents when preparing your report?
Page number, please.
That's page 926. The list starts halfway down the page.
Loading. Okay.
So you confirm that you also used these 16 documents, which Baker Tilly confirmed Dr. Shetty had signed, as part of your analysis.
They gave me 27 documents, 27 different documents. And I have checked all the 27 different documents as, you know, just to find out whether these documents are signed by Dr. Shetty or not. Now, in case of Dr. Gale, I think she was given her half of those documents as question documents and the rest as non-signature.
That's not quite right, Mr. Albar. So if you go up to page 925, you'll see that Miss Radley was provided with 13 question documents there in the first table. Now, she was also provided with documents that the claimant had on file and that it considered were known signatures of Dr. Shetty, things like his ID card and water bill and things like that. We'll come on to those documents in a minute. Now, for the record, the reason these were provided as confirmed documents was because the claimant had repeatedly emailed the defendant requesting confirmation as to which documents it accepted and which documents it did not accept, and it did not receive a response from the defendant's lawyer on this point. So things like his ID card was taken that these would be not contested. Now, in the end, my understanding is that you analysed all 27 of these documents, so Q1 to Q13 and C1 to C14, 27 documents in total. You analysed all of these documents to see whether or not you agreed whether Dr. Shetty had signed them or not. Is that correct?
Yes. 27.
But then if you look below, there are known signatures of Dr. B.R. Shetty presented by the defendant, and there are 16 further documents that Baker Tilly provided to this firm as examples of documents that Dr. Shetty confirmed that he had signed, undisputed documents from Dr. Shetty. Now, you don't mention these anywhere in your report, and I wanted to see whether you would use them as comparison material when you are analysing Dr. Shetty's signature in your first report. Can you recall whether you received these 16 documents?
I haven't received those documents.
I see. But you used a number of signatures from previous cases that Dr. Shetty confirmed he had utilised and used that to confirm his signature in those documents.
Yes.
Okay, that may be important later. Now, turning to whether or not it's an issue at all that Miss Radley used these 14 documents. You analysed all 14 of these documents saying they were contested. That's correct?
Correct.
And can you recall, out of those 14 documents, how many did you confirm had been signed by Dr. Shetty in pen?
It's mentioned in the report. You go to my report.
I have. So 8 of those documents out of the 14, you've confirmed you were satisfied Dr. Shetty had signed them.
Yes, I said so, yes.
So do you really maintain there's any issue that Miss Radley has used documents that Dr. Shetty has confirmed he signed, and 14 documents that the bank said Dr. Shetty had signed, of which 8 you say Dr. Shetty has signed? That was the comparison material that Miss Radley used when looking at Q1 to Q13. So there can't be any issue with that, can there?
When I received that 27, Dr. Shetty said, he denying all the 27. That's the difference between Dr. Shetty, point of view and the bank.
Yes.
It make a bit maybe confusion, with her findings and my findings.
Yes, but the point I'm making to you is that the documents the bank thought were uncontested, you've confirmed 8 out of the 14 were signed by Dr. Shetty. So Ms. Radley was working from a very complete set of confirmed signatures of Dr. Shetty. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, yes, correct.
And that explains why you and Ms. Radley don't actually have that much between you as to which signatures she says are highly likely to have been signed by Dr. Shetty, and you say have been signed by Dr. Shetty. That's correct, isn't it?
It's correct, yes.
So every single document that's signed in pen, you have confirmed has been signed by Dr. Shetty. That is correct.
Most probably, yes.
Thank you. Could I ask you to turn to page, before we do, could you turn to page 942 of this bundle?
942.
I think you can just take a look at the picture there. So here you can see Miss Radley's approach to examining a signature of Dr. Shetty's. And you can see how... Sorry,
do you need comments on that? Do you need comments on this?
So my question to you is, this is how Miss Radley and her report has gone about saying why she thinks each of the signatures is Dr. Shetty. She's examined individual elements of the signature and has then concluded whether a signature matches Dr. Shetty's. Now, you don't perform this type of analysis in your expert report, do you?
Well, you know, with these numbers, we don't use these numbers. Maybe this is an old techniques and she's still using it, because Dr. Shetty's signature is vary from one signature to another. So you cannot apply the same things on each signature of Dr. Shetty. Dr. Shetty has a wide range of natural variation. Maybe maybe in 10 signatures, you cannot find 2 are matching. But you know, with those who are very close to his signatures, checked so many, let's say 50s and more signature of Dr. Shetty, can reach this conclusion, can say these are Dr. Shetty's signature, or these are not Dr. Shetty's signatures.
Yes, I believe that how Ms. Radley explained her approach is that she would analyze a signature and see if there were common variations within that signature based against the comparison documents. And that's how she approaches each signature. Your report doesn't, you reach firm conclusions as to the number of signatures being Dr. Shetty's. How did you go about concluding that the signatures matched?
How do I conclude that the signature are matched? Because I've been around with Dr. Shetty on signatures for almost 5 years now. So I'm familiar with them, you know. I know which is right, which is wrong.
Okay. And then could I just ask you turn back to page 936 in the bundle. You look at paragraph 45. I think this feeds into the point that you were just making. Ms. Radley says that Dr. Shetty's signature styles contain idiosyncratic detail and are considered complex in construction, containing a number of different elements. Would you agree with that?
I agree, yes.
And then would you agree with her conclusion at the end of that paragraph? Due to the nature of the design of the signature, I consider it a very difficult signature style for another individual to simulate with accuracy whilst also writing fluently.
What's your question?
Do you agree with Ms. Radley's statement there?
Yeah, I do that. I agree.
And this is why you felt so able to say with such certainty that all of the pen and ink signatures of Dr. Shetty were his in the documents you saw.
Sorry, say it again.
Sorry, and it's for this reason, your familiarity with the signature and its unusual style, this is why you were able to confirm with such strength in your report that this was Dr. Shetty's signature.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because he has a wide range of variations.
Thank you. Just one final point on your methodology. If we can go back to page 1014 of the bundle. We're back in Ms. Radley's supplemental report. Now, we've touched on this briefly, but in the middle of that paragraph number 5, she says, if you apply a Bayesian ladder type approach, this means that if an opinion is given supporting one hypothesis, for example, in this case, the conclusion that a particular signature is forged, the alternative hypothesis that there is another explanation for what is observed must be considered, evaluated, and explained. Do you consider that is what an expert should do?
Yes.
Thank you. If I can ask that you go back to page 928 of the bundle.
928.
928. And if you see paragraph 7,
Yes.
Ms. Radley says, when a question signature on a document is in copy form, it does not necessarily follow that a signature was ever applied to an original version of that document in that format in pen and ink. It is an easy process to transpose a genuine signature from one document onto another using scanning and reprinting process or basic computer software. If undertaken with a modicum of care, such transposition would only likely be detected if another identical signature could be found, as no individual signs the same signature twice. It may be appreciated that an individual may choose to append a signature in their name on a document in electronic form, for example, using a scanned signature. It is noted that some of the original known documents presented bear that type of signature. Do you agree with what Ms. Radley says at paragraph 7 of her report?
No, I disagree.
Can you please explain why you disagree?
Okay. Okay. She said it does not necessarily follow the signature was ever applied to the original version of the document. This is wrong.
I think, Mr. Albar, that's your client's case. I think that's common ground. The point I'm really making to you is that she says that an individual may choose to append a signature in their name on a document in electronic form. Would you agree with that? For example, using a scanned signature.
Yes, I agree with that.
And as you mentioned to us, the signature on your expert report is a scanned signature on both of your expert reports.
Yes.
And there's no question that that document is forged.
My signature? No.
Yes. And I've signed a number of documents for my law firm over the past week with an electronic signature. There's no question that those documents are forged.
Yeah, that happened in realities. We can use scan signatures on reports, you know. Maybe I have a dozen reports with one signature because this is placed in my office. But with Dr. Shetty case, this shouldn't happen because Dr. Shetty he doesn't have the paper in his hand, you know, the paper in the position of the bank. I mean, he will not forge his signature or he will not place his signature on different documents.
But Mr. Albar, how can you possibly say that? That's a factual question which the judge will have to decide.
You know, because Dr. Shetty, as I said, I spoke earlier, he denies all these signatures. Now, for example, let's go back to the opening card form. Those signatures are identical. Both of them are scanned. So will Dr. Shetty open an account with the forged signatures? I don't know. Let's ask him. Will the bank accept scanned signature on a form opening card? Let's ask the bank. He will confirm it.
But Mr. Albar, these are all judgments on the evidence. They're not issues you as an expert should be taking into consideration when delivering your expert report.
Yes, but I put it on the report. I said that those signatures are scanned. I'm talking now about the opening form card. And both of them were taken from a third signature, an original signature. So they don't have the variation also between them. They are identical. Both of them taken from, driven from one source.
Yeah, I think that's the point of an electronic signature. It will be identical every time that it's used. But I'm trying to get at the bottom of why you can say with such certainty that each of the documents that were signed with an electronic signature are forged. And the only evidence that you've given today is that it's the fact that Mr. Shetty denies he signed those signatures, correct?
Correct.
I say to you, Mr. Albar, again, that isn't a sufficient basis for you as an expert to say that these documents have been in any way tampered with, let alone forged. Would you accept, at the very least, that there are other possibilities that Dr. Shetty may have signed these documents electronically or may have requested an individual to sign them on his behalf with an electronic signature?
Well, this question is, to be addressed to Dr. Shetty.
No, Mr. Alvar, it's a question to you as an expert in this field to say whether or not it's a possibility an individual may have used an electronic signature.
It's possible.
Thank you. One other short point on electronic signatures. You haven't in your report gone into any detail as to whether you think the electronic signatures are Dr. Shetty's. You just say they're forged. But do you accept that the actual signatures themselves are Dr. Shetty's? It's just the transposition that's the problem with them.
Yes, I accept that.
Thank you. On your point you raised several times that the documents themselves don't all have a signature on every single page, and they don't all have a stamp from the bank or from NMC on every single page. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, in some documents, yes.
Do you, in your expert opinion, is there anything problematic with this?
No, but I just okay. Whatever I saw, I just try to write it down.
But in your expert opinion, there's nothing untoward about a document not being signed on every single page.
I don't have an explanation for that, not a technical explanation, but maybe the bank has to explain this. Do they use signatures on each single pages, or usually they signed on the? But whatever I found missing, I just mentioned it. No seals, no documents, no initials.
But in your expert opinion, there's nothing problematic about that. That's just a statement of fact.
Yes, it is a statement of fact.
Thank you. And would you agree with Miss Radley's comment that neither you nor she has the legal expertise to opine as to whether or not these documents required signatures or seals as a matter of law on every single page?
Exactly.
Just a short point on the staples. You've noticed this a number of times, and Mr. Shaheen has raised it a number of times. Would you accept that there's perfectly innocent reasons why a document might have been restapled?
Talking about stapling?
If you take a staple out of a document and then you restaple it, there are perfectly innocent reasons why this might have been done.
That could be. This could be.
Thank you. Now, before we turn to each of the documents in turn, as a general point, you examined 27 documents, and of those, 9 you alleged were forged, and 21 you accepted had valid signatures of Dr. Shetty on them. Is that correct?
It's correct.
In your view, given the large number of documents you accepted Dr. Shetty has signed, do you think that this is an indication that all of the documents were signed by Dr. Shetty?
No, because the one we mentioned that they were scanned. So whatever scanned is scanned. Whatever photocopies is a copy. But as you just mentioned that, will this be maybe quoted from a genuine signature? Most probably.
Yes, but you said to me that the reason you don't accept the scanned documents is because Dr. Shetty denies that he signed them. But he also denies he signed the other 21 documents. He denies he even knows that money was lent by ICI to NMC. So you accept that the documents that he signed in pen were signed by him, but because a document was signed electronically, you reject that it was signed by him. That's correct?
Yeah, but Dr. Shetty is not an expert. So he will deny all the bundle, all the documents. And it is for us as an expert to find out the signature he signed and the signature, which are doubt. So, but Dr. Shetty, is a normal guy. He doesn't know his signature, his fourth signature from a genuine signature.
I see. So you think he may just not remember if he signed a document?
This could happen.
Well, let's look at the individual documents then. If I could ask that you turn to page 80 of the main bundle.
Page what?
80. Let me know when you're there, Mr. Elbar.
It's not supporting it. Please give me a second. Okay. Master Facility Agreement.
So this is the first loan agreement that ICICI entered into with NMC. And then if I could ask that you turn to page 131. You'll see this is the execution page that's signed by Dr. Shetty. Now, you confirmed in your first report that this was Dr. Shetty's signature, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in your first report, you didn't raise any issue with the valid execution of this agreement. Sorry, that's not the right question. You didn't raise any issue with the signature appearing on this document being Dr. Shetty's.
No issues, yes.
In your report, you said, we found this signature falls within the range of normal variation of valid client signatures in your first report.
Yes, exactly.
And also in your first report, you said that Dr. Shetty initialed each of the pages of this document. That's correct, isn't it? So if you look at the bottom of this page, there's an initial.
There is an initial, yes.
And this is Dr. Shetty's initial from your previous experience with his documents.
Unfortunately, those initials, even of Dr. Shetty, they have a very wide range of variations. So we cannot, tell whether these initials belong to Dr. Shetty or not.
But in your first report, you said this was the initial of Dr. Shetty.
What page is that?
Which page?
That is
For the same documents?
yes. So if we can turn to supplement your first report.
Which page? Admission, the initials.
Is this on page 977?
I think it should be on 977, yes. Yes, thank you, my lord. So if we go to page 977, it's the second, the third bullet point down. You say on all pages except page number 52, there are initial signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty. And you were aware that these were Dr. Shetty's initial signatures on all of the 52 pages from your previous experience with Dr. Shetty's initial signature. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, signature attributed to Dr. Shetty, but it's not, maybe it's not Dr. Shetty's signature. Attributed, you know what's the word attributed? يعني منسوب إلى. Yeah. So attributed doesn't mean that Dr. Shetty, signed them.
But what I'm saying to you is that, do you recognize these initial signatures based on your experience with Dr. Shetty? And that's why in your report you say this is these initials are attributed to him.
I never come to verify Dr. Shetty initials, because as I told you, those initials are vary from one time to another time. So I cannot tell unless Dr. Shetty will sign in front of me an initial signatures, and then we'll verify it.
I see. It's just that nobody alleged that this was Dr. Shetty's initial signature, and initial signatures weren't collected as comparison material for your exercise. So that's why I was wondering why you had said that this initial signature was attributed to Dr. Shetty.
Because they looks like it, because in several documents, different banks, the same initials, they generally kept.
Yes, I see. It looks like Dr. Shetty's initial signature. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. So you didn't raise many issues with the with this facility agreement. However, in your in your first report, in your supplemental report, you have raised a number of issues that you consider with this report. Now, if we go back to page 131 of the main bundle. And you'll see this is Dr. Shetty's signature again on the facility agreement. And Ms. Radley noticed that on this page, the font is slightly different to the rest of the document. And then if you go over the page onto the second page 52, which is the one the bank executed, Ms. Radley noticed that the toner was applied slightly differently. Do you remember that?
Yeah. 32.
So 132 is the page we were looking at. That's the execution page of the first facility agreement signed by the bank.
Yeah, one of the page has signed by the bank with the seal, and the one of the page has signed by Dr. Shetty and the seal of the NMC Healthcare.
Yes, and in your supplemental report, which is at page, we look at it at page 602.
Which page?
That's page 602. You note that Ms. Radley has identified this in her report. And then you say, however, she did not explain the reason for this discrepancy in printing outputs, even though all the pages are part of the same document, which should have been printed under the same conditions.
Moreover, she deemed the observations she herself documented as not suspicious in themselves, without providing any evidence confirming the relationship between the signed pages and the rest of the document. Do you see what you wrote there?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's not for Miss Radley to opine on those issues?
Which one? Opine? Say it again, sorry.
It's not for Miss Radley's expert report for her to give evidence on those issues that Mr. Albar has raised. It's not for Miss Radley to explain why the pages were signed with slightly different fonts and different output.
مو شغلتها تشرح موضع مكان قدم والتوقيع.
احنا بس يعني اللي شفناه نقلنا صورته. يعني قلنا ان هذا التوقيع تحت وهذا التوقيع فوق. لكن هي طبعا هي معينه من البنك وما تبغي لما تقول يعني تبين كل شيء. لكن نحن نوضح كل الصوره.
Mr. Bah saying that we trying to give the full pictures without any bias. Her being appointed by the bank might blur her judgment, and she might have biased opinion.
I see, but it's not Miss Radley's job, is it, to deal with those issues?
He just answered this.
Yeah, it's up to her.
It's up to her.
Thank you. You also criticize her in that she carried out, this is further down on 603 going in onto, sorry, further down on 602 going into 603. You also criticize her that she carried out an ESDA process, and which indicates that that the first page that was signed did not give impressions under the second page. Is that any ground for criticizing Miss Radley, that the ESDA process did not reveal any impressions that she could discern?
No, I haven't noticed this.
But you wrote this report.
I haven't noticed this in my report. I didn't notice the impressions of one signature on the other page.
Yeah, she says that she used the ESDA process and there was some indecipherable indentations below one of the pages, but she couldn't say what that was. Now, you say that this finding strengthens the possibility of the signature pages of the current document were used as a surface to support signatures from another unidentified document, which in turn increases the likelihood that the signature pages in the current document were originally part of a different unknown document. How can you reach that conclusion?
First page was indicates that the first there is a server support signature for another item. Which is connected with that signature page so the original part of different time documents. Can you go back? On ballpoint and ink. Okay, this is we are okay. The main bullet has been printed with toner.
So Mr. Alba, how can you reach that conclusion? The fact that Miss Radley's picked up some indecipherable markings on one page of this document, how can you use that to conclude that the signature page was moved from a different document?
Let me go back to the Which one? No, I need to see which document this one. Paragraph. No, I need to know which document. Which file?
So I'm just at the top of page 603.
Q2. Regarding the document Q2 from our first report, Master President. Okay. The two reports submitted by the plaintiff expert and the evaluation detecting expert supposed to plaintiff expert. The report with no comments on any of the examination finding that were established. Okay. So we mentioned that here that we observed that the plaintiff expert in this paragraph mentioned a difference in the printing outputs of the two signed pages compared to the rest of the documents, and the difference in the position of the page number. However, she did not explain the reason for this discrepancy in the printing outputs. There is.
Mr. Robert, we've covered that point already. I was asking you the next question, which is over the page in 603. You say that Ms. Bradley carried out the ESDA exercise on the signature page of this document, and it revealed markings from an unknown document that had been signed on top of it.
Yes.
And you then concluded that that has increased the likelihood that the signature page in the current document was originally part of a different unknown document. My question to you is how you can have reached that conclusion on the basis of the ESDA analysis.
We didn't reach this. I mean, the signature page of the current documents. This finding the possibility that signature pages of the were used with the service of post signature from another identified documents. هذه هي قالت ان التوقيع اللي فوق نزل التوقيع اللي تحت الصفحه اللي تحت. ما شفنا الشيء هذا لان ما فحصنا بالطريقه هذه انه تنطبع بالضبط طبع، لكن احنا ما شفنا هذا. part of the different. إذا اللي قالت أقرأ مثلا هذا. She documented the presence of signature. The presence of marks from another identified documents on the signature page of the current documents. This finding stands for the possibility that the signature page of the current documents were used as a service to support signatures from another identified document, which in turn increase the likelihood that the signature page of the current documents were originally part. Yeah, and this is her conclusion to prove that this is original two documents, they were placed at the same time. That's her conclusion.
Yes, her conclusion was that the signature page had markings that were detectable with the ESDA process from a different document that had been signed on or written on top of the signature page. You then concluded that that's added evidence that the signature page was originally part of some unknown document. And what I'm asking you is how you can conclude that.
كيف توصلت للنتيجة؟
كيف؟
إنه جابوا التوقيع وحطوه على الورقة مرة ثانية مزورة.
I have to recheck the document again. Which document? This one. This is.
I see. Okay, well, we'll move on then if you don't have an answer. Further down the page, on page 603, you take issue with the fact that Miss Radley has recorded that the pen that was used to sign the signatures that you have confirmed are Dr. Shetty's on this document at the bottom of the page, the small signatures, were signed in blue ballpoint pen ink. And the signature at the top of page 131 of the bundle was signed in black non-ballpoint pen ink. This is the signature that you've confirmed as Dr. Shetty. Now, in your supplemental report, you say that Ms. Radley did not explain why two different inks were used, one for Dr. Shetty's small signatures on the 52 pages of the document, and the other for the main signature executing the document. You criticize her for that. You said she's not explained the difference. Now, is it Ms. Radley's job to explain the difference?
At least you should mention the difference in ink also, and the difference in two signature. One is short and one is long.
She did in her supplemental report. She specifically noted this, and this wasn't a point that you picked up on in your first report. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
But you criticize her for it in your supplemental report. But what I'm saying to you is that it's not Ms. Radley's job to say why Dr. Shetty used a black pen for his signature and a blue ballpoint pen for his initials. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And you accept there could be an entirely innocent explanation as to why Dr. Shetty would have used a blue ballpoint pen to sign his initials and a black non-ballpoint pen to sign his signature on this document.
Yeah, I would say that maybe. I agree.
Thank you. If we could move on to the next document, which is the supplemental and amendatory agreement that's at page 133 of the bundle. So this was when the first facility was amended by ICICI and NMC on the 24th of September 2012. If I could ask that you to turn to page 148 of the bundle. You will see that there are 3 signatures of Dr. Shetty on this document. That's correct, isn't it?
Page what?
148 of the main bundle.
Yes, there's 3 signatures. One's long.
And in your first report, you found that all 3 of those signatures fall within the normal range of variation of a valid client signature, didn't you?
That's correct.
And it was only when Miss Radley had slight misgivings about 2 of the signatures that you then changed your view. She didn't say they weren't Dr. Shetty's signatures. She said that she couldn't reach a firm conclusion. That's correct, isn't it?
She said what? She didn't reach?
So two of the signatures, the ones on the right-hand side, she said she couldn't reach a firm conclusion on. But you had confirmed that all 3 of these signatures were Dr. Shetty's signatures. That's correct,
yeah,
isn't it?
Because I have seen lots of short signatures of Dr. Shetty, and I know the variation of his signing in a short way.
Yes. So in some ways you were better placed at knowing that these 3 signatures were Dr. Shetty's than Miss Radley, because she only had access to the agreed comparison material.
Yes, and access photos.
Yeah. I've seen lots of Dr. Shetty. Yes, I have an access to numerous questions.
Now,
Mr. Lakin, before we go on, I wonder whether this would be a convenient moment for a 10-minute break for the stenographer.
Certainly fine with me if the stenographer would like to break now.
Let's have a break for 10
Yes,
minutes.
please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, when you're ready.
Thank you. Are you ready to continue, Mr. Alba?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So we were on page 148 of the main bundle, and we were looking at the 3 signatures of Dr. Shetty on the supplemental and amendatory agreement, which you had confirmed were Dr. Shetty's. Now, you put a postscript in your first report. That's at page 976 of the main bundle. I don't think you need to turn it up, but you say that it's possible that an alteration or addition could occur to unsigned pages, as Dr. Shetty's signature is only found on the last page. So this is the last page we're looking at, page 148 of the bundle. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, possible.
But Mr. Alba, do you not consider it highly unlikely? There are a number of reasons for that. Do you not see at the top of the page of 148, it says, in witness whereof the borrower and the bank have caused this supplemental and amendatory agreement to be executed. Do you see that?
No, I don't see that.
So it's at the top of page 148.
148.
And it says, in witness whereof the borrower and the bank have caused this supplemental and amendatory agreement to be executed on the day, month, and year herein above written as hereinafter appearing. So it's clear that this page is referring to the supplemental and amendatory agreement, isn't it?
The page is still opening. One for it. Page number 1.
Page 148.
Not opening. Still loading. Sorry, still loading. Not opening. Let's go.
So do you have page 148 of the bundle in front of you?
No, unfortunately, no, it's not supporting.
You do need to have this document in front of you whilst we're...
No, I don't.
Mr. Sheehan, I don't know if there's anything you can do to assist.
Okay. Okay, now. Which page?
148.
Okay, I have it now.
So these are the 3 signatures that you confirmed were Dr. Shetty's. But you've said there's the possibility that this page may have been swapped out.
We don't have this page.
Page 148.
148. 148. Yeah. 148 has in witness. Okay.
Yeah.
I have it now.
Okay, thank you. So at the top of the page, it says, in witness whereof the borrower and the bank have caused this supplemental and amendatory agreement to be executed on the day, etc., etc.
So you'll see that the signature page is specifically referencing the supplemental agreement. And you'll also see at the bottom of the page, there's page numbering 16 of 16. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you go back a page in the bundle to 147, you'll see that's page 15 of 16.
147. 15 out of 16. Okay.
And the remainder of the documents is like that. So do you think it's highly unlikely that this was a different signature page added to the back of the document?
I don't know.
It's not what it says in his report. He says there could have been other pages inserted or changes made on the page.
Yes, Your Honor, I said could be, but I'm not sure.
He's not saying that the signature page didn't apply to the supplemental and amendatory agreement. But maybe I'll keep quiet in case I miss the point.
Your Honor, could be is like possible, maybe.
Yeah.
It's not certain.
Mr. Aiken, I have a suspicion you're about to embark upon an exercise which you said is illegitimate for these experts.
I don't think so, my Lord.
You either accept that he's allowed to give evidence on this sort of thing, or you don't. But if you're encouraging him to give evidence on these sort of matters.
My Lord, I was just making the point that this document, into the signature page of this document, references the remainder of this document. This was a point that was raised in the Punjab National Bank case by Justice Lemire as a reason for dismissing the document, just bringing it to the attention of the expert. But I'm moving on to the alleged discrepancy in the printing now. In your supplemental report, for the first time, you raised the issue that the pages, the page 148 is a lighter printing than the rest of the document.
Yes, I mentioned that.
And that's at page 599 of the supplementary bundle. So 596, 597 of the supplemental bundle. You say that the printing is different, but you're aware that Miss Radley has said that the document she examined, there was no difference in the darkness of the printing of pages 15 and 16. Do you recall that?
Yeah, but you know, now you have the page in front of you. Page number 16, page number 13, in my report.
Yes, I can see the
Notice,
photograph.
yeah, we have a part of page number 16, and then part of page number 15 on top of it.
Yes, Miss Radley doesn't accept that these pictures.
You know, but as an expert, I have to clear this. You know, there is different in the density of the printing. Why is that? I don't know. I mean, yes. The bank should have an explanation for this.
Yes, but Miss Radley says that this isn't the case. And when she examined the document, there was no difference between the printing laid down on page 15 and page 6. Well, the rest of the first 15 pages and the 16th page. Now, if we can take a look at the document itself, let's go back to page 148.
148. Yeah.
And then if you can move back to page 147. clearly not the noticeable difference that you say there is, and your pictures suggest there is, at page 596 of the supplemental bundle, is there?
Yes, you know, but now we are looking at the scanned copy here. But in the original, if we take a look at the original will reveal more density differences. Now this is scan. You know, the scan does not express the exact original paper, the exact original documents.
But this is a scanned copy of the original in the bundle.
Yeah,
and there's no difference in the printing on the document.
We have to double check this the original.
And Miss Radley in her report has taken photographs of the pages, and she says there's no difference. So can you explain why there is a difference in the density of the documents, as you put it, at page 596 of your report?
That's what we noticed. There is difference in the density, and that's what we placed here to prove that there are a difference in the density, but I have no explanation.
Well, Mr. Albar, we'll come on to that in a little bit, but I think the explanation is you were working off copy documents, not the original documents.
No. We checked the original documents. You know, it's been sent by the bank. All of them were originals.
Okay, well, we'll have a look at that on the personal guarantee, which is the next document, but we'll leave that there for now. But do you not see, if we go back to page 148, Miss Radley noticed there's a light line running down vertically on the left-hand side of the page. And if you turn back to page 147, that light line running through the text is identical. And that's the same for the rest of the document. And Miss Radley says that that's a printer defect. And therefore, it's highly unlikely that page 148, which is the signature page, was printed separately. She doesn't exclude its possibility, but she says it's unlikely. Would you agree with that? Due to this printer defect?
No, I don't agree with that.
Could you explain why?
I have also, to refer to the original to give you the exact answer, because now we have a copy or scanned copy here on the screen. It doesn't reflect the exact images of the original.
Yes, but you can see even on the screen here that there's this light line running down the left-hand side throughout this document. And that's clear from the pictures of the original document itself in both of your reports. You can see that even in page 596 in your report.
I can see that now, but page number 15, for example, from the same document, has more density than page number 16.
Well, Ms. Radley doesn't accept that, but I'm not asking you about that now. I'm asking you about the line that runs down this document on the left-hand side that makes the text lighter about a fifth of the way in.
But the text doesn't seem lighter on page 16.
I think if you turn to page 16 of the bundle,
page 15. On page 15, the text does not seem lighter, but on page 16, it's we can see the less density on the.
If you go back to page 15, which is 147, and if you look at the definition of material adverse change, which is the first clause on the page, you can see from around about where the letter A going into TERI is lighter than the rest of the words around them. That's clear on the page.
And this line runs all the way vertically down the page.
Scan copy, you know, with the scan copy, we cannot rely 100%. We have to go back to the original.
Yes, but that's recorded in your expert report, 596 of the supplemental bundle. There's two photographs. Whilst we don't accept there's a difference in the darkness, your photographs do show that there's a line running down the page, don't they?
There is.
And would you not agree that that's indicative that the whole document was printed off the same printer with the same printing defect?
Yeah, and it could be printed at different sessions.
Yes, but with the same printer.
I cannot, you know, can tell you exactly the same printer or not. But printers, you know, they looks like.
I think the evidence is quite clear that it would have been the same printer. Let's move on to the personal guarantee for this facility. That's at page 447 of the main bundle. You'll recognize this document.
Personal guarantee. Yes.
Now, both experts agree we move on to the signature. That's at page 460. Both you and Miss Radley agree that this is an electronic signature that's being used here for Mr. Shetty, and
Yes.
that it's been and an electronic signature for Mr. Mangat, and it was signed in pen by Mr. Kumar. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it's correct.
Now, your conclusion is that this is a forged document.
شو قصد؟
انت وصلت نتيجه انه هي مدور نسخه مزور مزور.
Yeah, I assumed yes.
هذا كان القرار تبعك.
But as we've already discussed, with an electronic document, there is the possibility that the electronic signature was added with either by the person or at their authorization.
انه ممكن الخط الالكتروني يضاف من الشخص نفسه او الشخص
Yeah, possible.
موثق فيه يعني عنده صلاحيه.
And then if we can turn to page 937 of the bundle.
Can I mention this? Which page this one, please? 480. This one. Do you have my report in front of you? So do you have my report in front of you?
I just asked you to go to Miss Radley's first report, page 937.
Can we talk about 460? The signature at 460?
Yes, I just mentioned it to you, but I want to talk. I think we've already explained that this is an electronic signature. I'd like to talk to you about the pen.
But the same signature also, we found it on another documents.
Yes, that's correct. This is the same signature that's on the modular personal guarantee, which is Q4. So it's common ground between you and Miss Radley that the first personal guarantee has an electronic signature, and the fourth personal guarantee in question, modular personal guarantee, has an electronic signature on it.
Okay. Yes, yes.
If I could ask you to turn back one page to 959, you'll see that there are the small signatures again.
959.
459.
You were on 937 a second ago.
Yes, so we'll stay on 937.
Should run.
So this is Miss Radley's report considering the first personal guarantee. And here she notes that the bottom of pages 1 to 13 of the personal guarantee, this is paragraph 51, she notes that each of the pages has a blue ballpoint pen ink signature at the bottom of the page.
Okay.
And in your supplemental report, we can turn to page 610. You say that the initial signatures of Dr. Shetty on this document, which you've confirmed to Dr. Shetty here at 610. You say that some of these were signed.
Submitted, I said.
So this is at 610 of the supplemental bundle. You say that some were made with blue ink, while the rest of that's only on pages 1, 9, and 12, while the rest of the initials on the remaining pages are copies and not originals. Do you see that on 610?
Yes.
Now, Miss Radley has taken pictures of some of these signatures. Then you can move to page 710 of the supplemental bundle. We'll see she's extracted part of your supplemental report at the top of the page, where you say pages 6 and 7 of the guarantee are black copy initials. And you'll see halfway down the page, she has taken photographs of the original document, and they appear as blue ballpoint pen signatures. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Can you explain this discrepancy?
So what page are we on?
It seems that this is a copy.
So sorry, my lord. So this is page 710 of the supplemental bundle.
My report. Let me go to my report.
Is that a new supplemental bundle?
That was the updated supplemental bundle that was circulated this morning. It's in Miss Radley's second supplemental report at paragraph 46.
Right, I can get that. Okay, I've got that. Thanks.
Thanks. So it's over the page from 46, above paragraph 47.
Yeah.
I have to go back to my records.
Yes. So the second set of small signatures are photographs Miss Radley has taken, and the top set are the ones that you say in your supplemental report are black scanned initial signatures of Dr. Shetty. And I would like to know why there's a discrepancy between the two. You're on mute, I'm afraid.
Finding for my, because you know we store all the pictures in our computer, so I can answer you later.
Well, I'm afraid there won't be an opportunity later, Mr. Albar. It's quite an important discrepancy. It's on one of the key documents.
I can see that, but you know, to give you an exact answer, I have to go back to my records.
Could it be possible you were working off copy documents or some copy documents when you were analyzing these documents?
Well, I cannot answer you exactly, you know.
Would it help if I showed you page 6 of the original personal guarantee that I have here with me?
Yeah, please.
I don't know if this will be particularly effective. Can you see that it's signed in blue ballpoint ink?
Personal guarantee. Yeah, which date?
This is the first personal guarantee. That's page 6. So it's the picture that we're looking at that Ms. Radley took. This at 7:10, and that you said was a black copy document in your supplemental report.
I cannot answer it. I have to go back to my records. I don't have it here with me.
It is a possibility that there was a mistake.
Mistake happens, possible. Nobody perfect.
So we looked at the main facility, the two main facility documents in the first guarantee. You looked at a number of other documents during your examination that related to this facility and the personal guarantee. Now, certain of these, there were 4 of these documents in particular. Using Ms. Radley's definitions, these were a amendment to the facility agreement that she said was Q7. There was an amendment to the personal guarantee that was dated 25th of October 2014. There was an amendment to the facility agreement dated 14th of August 2016, and there was an amendment to the facility agreement, which is Q12, dated 25 of July 2017. Now, we'll look at each of those documents in question in turn now, but for all of these documents, you said there was no technical issues linking the signature or tribute to Dr. Shetty on these documents, didn't you?
Correct.
Well, maybe it's better we take each of these documents in turn. So if we can turn to page 463 of the bundle.
46.
Which bundle?
The main bundle, 463.
Okay.
Which bundle?
Now, can you see that this document is entitled Continuation of Guarantees for the Facility?
Document is not continuation.
Okay.
Okay. So this is page 463, and you can see it's entitled Continuation of Guarantees for the Facility. And you can see a paragraph 2, there's a reference to a personal guarantee dated 20th of December 2012. That was the guarantee we were just looking at. So this personal guarantee relates to, this continuation relates to that personal guarantee. And if I could ask you to turn over the page 464.
Big question.
You'll see there's a signature there of Dr. Shetty. And you have accepted in your first report that there are no technical issues linking the signature attributed to Dr. Shetty to this document. That's correct, isn't it?
Technical issues, it means that I cannot, for sure say that this signature, representing the previous pages. That's what mean by technical issues. So any first page.
Yes, but this is a document which continues the guarantee that we were previously looking at, that you agree Dr. Shetty has signed. Now, on the point that you've just raised about whether or not the first page also formed part of that document, if I could ask you to turn to page 962 of the bundle. So here you'll see the signature we just looked at the top of the page. And you'll see paragraph 186, Miss Radley confirms she carried out the ESDA analysis of this document and that impressions were found on both pages of writing the words original removal PG and the words signed here, original removal -PG, in which the PG is and the dots encircled. Now, the ESDA shows that on both pages of the personal guarantee, whatever this post-it or whatever it was that was put on top and these words written on top came through on both pages of the continuation document, didn't it?
I haven't seen any impression of the signatures.
So this is Ms. Radley's report. She's used her ESDA analysis, and it's shown on both pages, page 1 and page 2 of this continuation letter, that there is impressions from somebody having written on top of this document, original removal *PG, with the asterisk showing a circle. That's what Ms. Radley found. This is what Ms. Radley found.
Did she mention that this impression for the same signature, for this signature? Because did she mention that this impression she found for this signature, for the same signature? And
I don't think it's that she's saying she found an impression of the same signature. I think she's saying she found an impression of a sticker saying original removal with a circle and PG, presumably meaning personal guarantee. She's saying that's clear on both pages of the document.
I disagree with that.
But I mean, that's a point of fact.
We did not find any impressions in all the signature.
I didn't say that the signature, there was an impression of the signature from this document on the first page. I'm saying that there's an impression of something somebody had written on top of the personal the continuation of the personal guarantee on both pages.
I cannot agree or disagree because I haven't seen any impression.
But it's indicative that the document was signed, that was kept together and was signed as one document. Would you agree?
I cannot tell because we have to decide whether this impression belongs to the same signature which attached to the first page or not. Usually people sign, hundreds of papers. So impression remains there for a long time.
I see. On this document, again, you say that the first page is slightly lighter than the second page. Ms. Radley's considered that. If I could ask you to turn to page 713 of the supplemental bundle. That's in her second supplemental report. And if you can look at
paragraph 61.
Paragraph 61. What's paragraph 61?
And Ms. Radley says that she can't see any difference again in terms of the darkness on the pages.
Which page?
So this is page 713 of the supplemental bundle, paragraph 61.
61.
But then if we turn back to 463 of the main bundle, and then go over the page to 464, again, there doesn't appear to be any noticeable difference in terms of the darkness of the pages.
You know, when you look into scan paper, it's different than looking at the original paper. I cannot, decide. Now we made our decision based on originals. Now we have scan papers here. So scan is never like originals. So if we need to clarify this, we have to go back to the originals.
Could I ask that you turn to page 183 of the main bundle?
One 183.
183.
ICICI Bank.
And you'll see that this is a letter of amendment to the facility agreement we've been considering.
Okay.
If you turn over the page, you'll see at the bottom it's been signed by Dr. Shetty, and you confirmed in your first report that there was no technical issues linking the signature attributed to Dr. Shetty to this document, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
If you can go back to page 907 of the bundle.
907.
Sorry, that's bad reference. Sorry, no.
907.
Sorry, 970, not 907. 970. And if you look at paragraph 243,
Letter of amendment. Which page?
970.
Number. How many pages it has? Letter of amendment dated 26/11/2013. Is this one?
No, I'm looking at Miss Radley's first report, page 970. Looking at paragraph 243.
What is the Q12?
So this was the document we were just looking at. So this was the letter of amendment dated 25th of July, 2017.
Okay.
And paragraph 243 of her report, Ms. Radley says that she carried out an ESDA analysis of this document, and that the signature of Dr. Shetty that you've confirmed, which is at page 184 of the bundle, an impression of that signature has been raised on the first page of this letter of amendment, which is at page 183 of the bundle.
I have no comments on that.
So do you confirm if that's correct, that is good evidence that these two the front page of this document, the letter of amendment, was with the signature page when they were signed?
No, I haven't seen that. I cannot confirm it or disagree with it.
But if it's correct that this is what the ESDA, if you accept what Ms. Radley says, and this is what the ESDA analysis shows.
No, I don't accept it till I just, see it, because she should also, at least take some illustration for all of this, at least to prove that there is an impression left on these pages, because, this is only wording without any illustrations.
Mr. Alba, you didn't complain about that in your supplemental report when you discussed.
Not a matter of complaining, but if you want to prove something, you have also to have strong evidence.
Yes, Ms. Radley's expert report is accompanied by a statement of truth, and I don't think there's any reason to doubt that she carried out the ESDA analysis, and these were her findings. So if you take what she says is correct, would you agree that this document was signed as one document? The first page and the second page were signed together.
I cannot say correct for something I didn't see. I didn't witness.
But if there is an impression of the signature on this from the second page on the first page of a document, would you agree that's very strong evidence that those two pages formed the same document and were signed together?
As I told you, I cannot make a comment without verifying.
Mr. Alvar, I put it to you that is what the evidence would suggest. Could we move on to the second personal guarantee, which is at page 470 of the bundle, of the main bundle?
Did I show that?
Mr. Lakin, you're keeping an eye on time, are you? By my reckoning, you have quarter of an hour left.
Yes, I've only got 3 documents left, I think. So I think I'm on course.
Which personal guarantee, please?
So for 470, this is the second personal guarantee that's in question, the one that's dated 24th of December 2013.
Okay.
And if you turn over to page 483, you will see Dr. Shetty's signature at the top of the page. And this signature, you confirmed, falls within the normal variation of valid client signatures, and there are no technical issues linking signatures attributed to Dr. Shetty. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes. There's no technical issues linking signature attributed to Dr. Shetty, because any alteration or addition could occur to unsigned pages.
And then at page 37 of your supplemental report, that's in 620 of the supplemental bundle,
You could just turn to that.
Supplemental report.
What about it?
Here, at the bottom of page 621, have you got that there, Mr. Alba?
Yes. I'm trying to look at it here and find it.
So again, you're saying that the quality of the printing on page 14 of the personal guarantee noticeably different to the rest of the document.
Okay, let me just go back to my report.
Are you there, Mr. Alba?
Which page?
621 of the supplemental bundle. We're in your supplemental. We're in your supplemental report, and we're discussing the second guarantee.
Okay, I have it here.
And here again, you say we emphasize notable difference in print clarity on the signature page, page 14, compared to the rest of the pages, as can be seen in the following images.
Exactly.
Put two images below.
One is
This
one moved up than the other one.
Miss Radley strongly disagrees with that. And again, I don't think it's going to be helpful, but she sets out why in her supplemental report. But if we can go back to the document 483 and turn back a page to 482, do you notice anything noticeably different on these two pages?
Okay. Once again, we are looking at the scanned documents now. It's
Yes, but Mr. Alba, these are photocopies of the original documents that have been added into the bundle. So there's no reason why, for some reason why the print quality would improve having scanned these into the bundle of documents. So you can take a view on these documents.
If you look into those pictures,
if you look at page 483 and then you can go back to page 482, is there any noticeable difference in the print quality between those two pages?
See a difference in the print quality, don't you? There is
No.
Page number 37 in my report, 717.
Yes, I know that they're the pictures that you put in your report, but I'm asking you to actually look at the document, which is at 483, the signature page, and to take a look back at 482, and there is no difference in the print quality. That's what Ms. Radley says, having taken photographs. That's what's clear, just looking at the document that's been scanned in here. Do you agree?
This is scanned, but whatever I listed here in my report, I believe in. There is a differences.
See, but you accepted.
Now we are page 12 and page 14 from the same documents. There are a difference in the thickness and in printing. Can you show the original, please? Can you show the original if you have it?
For the second personal guarantee, I do, but I'm not sure it's going to be particularly satisfactory.
but we can certainly try. So here is the original of page 14 of the second personal guarantee.
Okay.
And page 12 is the one that you are looking at.
Yeah.
So there's no difference at all to the print quality in this document.
Cannot say, for certain. We need to verify.
But the very stark difference.
Yeah, but
there's a very stark difference at page 621 of your report between the print quality and the document I've just shown you and the document in the bundle. There is no difference in the print quality. So there's a big question as to why documents in your report are showing different print qualities to the original document which you received and also the document in the bundle that we can all readily look at, isn't there?
This question I cannot answer because wherever I've seen, I just, list it here. And if you can share this page here, you will notice the difference in printing. Page number 621. 621. It's obvious for anyone. It's very obvious.
But Mr. Alvar, I've just shown you the original document and there's no difference in the print quality. I've shown you the pages in the bundle that show the difference in the print quality on those pages, and there is no difference.
So why we do have the difference then in the
It's a very that's my question to you, Mr. Alvar. Why at a number of times in your report is there very significant differences in print quality when the documents themselves don't show that? And Miss Radley repeatedly says, having taken detailed photographs of these documents, there is no difference in the print quality.
I'm not trying to make up something not existent. This is we should agree for, or we should agree on. So whatever I found here, I listed it. It's obvious and clear. There is a difference between this font, thickness of the type text, and the other one.
Could it be, Mr. Alvar, that there's been a mistake with the documents in your laboratory? As we discussed previously, the first personal guarantee has blue pen, small signatures of Dr. Shetty on every single page. Your report records that there's blue signatures interspaced with photocopies. Could it be the case that there's been a mistake in your laboratory when you've been looking at these documents?
With the documents, the mistake will not give me a different text. This is a different issue. Mistake, you can make a mistake between original and the copy. You can, maybe this one happened, but with this type and different typing, different thickness, different, this one is not it's not a part of the inspection. This is the result of an inspection.
Could it not be the case that at certain times, if you're looking at copy documents where the printing may have degraded, and at other times you're looking at original documents, it might be the case you would see a difference if they got mixed up?
Yeah, they got this mixed up.
Do you not think that's a more likely scenario as opposed to Miss Radley, who says there is no difference and she has taken photographs of these documents, being mistaken?
No, as I stated earlier, we are human beings, and a mistake maybe happen. But if we want to confirm this is a mistake or a true, we have to go back to the original and recheck it again.
I mean, that's what Ms. Radley did. That's why we sought permission to adduce a further supplemental report. And that's the evidence we put before the court at short notice at the last hearing. So I would say that that's where the conclusion will have to be drawn on the evidence. And my understanding is you accept that there is a possibility that there has been a mistake on your part.
I did not, I didn't have a second opportunity to double check the documents. It's been lots of documents, 27 document, and some of them has too many pages.
Yes, I see. Just one final document, just so that I put it in front of you. If I could ask that you turn to page 509.
(509) of which bundle?
Sorry, 509 of the main bundle.
It. Personal guarantee?
Yes, so this is the third personal guarantee that's in question. If I'd ask that you turn to page 527 of the bundle. This is Dr. Shetty's signature. It's common ground between you and Miss Radley that this is an electronic signature.
Yes. Yeah, this is electronic signature. That's it.
This is a signature that you said was forged. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said it's forged.
But in light of our discussion today, you would accept that there may be other possible reasons why an electronic signature was used.
أسباب أخرى. Sometimes electronic signature are forged, as we mentioned, and sometimes they are accepted as a valid signatures.
Yes, thank you. I have no further questions for you on the documents, Mr. Alvar. I'd just like to confirm a few points. So for those documents that you have confirmed that Dr. Shetty has signed in pen and ink, that's 18 of the 27 documents. You've confirmed that they were signed by Dr. Shetty. That's correct, isn't it?
Which ones?
So of all the documents that were signed in pen and ink, you've confirmed that they were signed by Dr. Shetty.
The originals?
The original signatures in pen and ink, yes.
I think so, yeah, most probably. Most likely.
I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Albar. Thank you very much. I'll hand you back over to the judge.
Mr. Shaheen, do you have some re-examination? You're muted.
No re-examination. No question.
No re-examination. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Mr. Albar. That's the end of your evidence, and you're free to go now. Thank you very much indeed for coming.
Thank you, Rana. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, just before we break now, can I just have 2 minutes or so? We've agreed, I think, a timetable for closing written submissions, and that is the 2 weeks from today. Is that right?
We have, my lord. I haven't spoken to Mr. Shaheen about this, but we were wondering whether we might have another week, perhaps, if that was acceptable to the court and Mr. Shaheen. We've got quite a heavy arbitration starting tomorrow, which is going to take us out for at least a week. I don't know if Mr. Shaheen has any comments there.
I don't have any objection.
I can't hear you.
I don't have any objection, Your Lordship.
Okay, so closing written submissions by 21st October. Yeah, sorry, by, yes, 21st October. Today's
I think
14th. Sorry.
4th of November, I think.
4th November. Is that right? Closing written submissions by 4th November. What I would like, apart from the obvious points you'll want to make on the evidence, I would like some help on the law relating to the requirement for any signature on guarantees, or anything like this. Whether it's DIFC law, Dubai onshore law, English law, or whatever. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Yeah, no, I think most of the other points I've written down here have been covered by the evidence, by the questions and the evidence given this morning. But I would like some help on the law to be applied in that area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there anything else either party wants to raise before we stop? Yes, Mr. Shaheen.
Just one clarification. My understanding is there are no restriction on the number of pages in the closing submission. I couldn't find any in the rules. Am I right, my learned friend?
You may be right, but I should give you a word of warning. If it's too long, it won't get read.
We'll try to be concise, definitely, Your Lordship. I just wanted to be sure that there are any.
There are no rules I'm entitled to limit you, but I'm not going to, because there's quite a lot of detail on the evidence you might want to go into. You got no points to raise, Mr. Lakin?
Nothing else, my lord. I think it can all be addressed in the written closings.
Right. Very well. Thank you both very much for your help, and we'll now close the hearing, and I'll get written closing submissions on by the 4th November. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.